ngey'khathi-ke zabo-4:30 ngalo suku lelo. Futhi-ke ngisafisa ukusho ukuthi-ke yona le moto le eyi-BMW Polo e-grey yayikade iqashwe-ke eMgwabeni ngesikhathi-ke kwenzeka lesi sigameko lesi. Eqashe umuntu oqashisa ngey'moto wayekade futhi ekhokhele. Amarekhodi-ke amafoni-ke abeka u-applicant number 5 ilokuhle umhlaliseni ngemande esizombiza ngomlilo kusukela manje kumele khona sesiyandawo esondelene ne-Hilton Hotel. Ngesikhathi-ke kuyoshaya u-22:05 wantambama u-applicant number 5 ulo ifoni yakhe amarekhodi akhe atshengisa ukuthi-ke wayesendaweni esondelene ne-Sharpboard esemhlaba engekho kude ngasehhotela. Ngokwembiko waka-tracker-ke iphozo le e-grey enenamba plate u-59728 ibonakala ukuthi ekade isemhlaba Rocks Drive ngo-2024. Irekhodi yamafoni aSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande amtshengisa ukuthi wayekade ese-Kensington Square ngesikhathi sikayoshaya u-5:25 wantambama. Ngaleso sikhathi naleyo pholo leyo kuthiwa wayekade ikhona enenamba plate ewu-59728 ibu-Road First Highway. Lokho-ke kudlela ngokombiko we-track. Kwabe-ke sekuyabonakala noma kuyatholakala-ke ukuthi yona leyo pholo leyo iyona imoto ekade isetshenziswa ukuthi-ke iqhube yona eqaphayo isetshenziswa abantu-ke lokuthi abenza ngokobugebengu.
14. Upon further investigation and using cellular phone records, it was established that applicant for Gwabeni was present in the grey BMW that had followed the first deceased and his entourage to the hotel. It was also established that applicant for Gwabeni had hired the grey VW Polo that was used as a spotter vehicle. 15. At approximately 1818, the first deceased and his entourage were transported to Wish Restaurant situated at 198 Florida Road, Morningside, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. When they arrived at the restaurant, the first deceased was met by Kweyama, the owner of Wish Restaurant. Kweyama invited the first deceased to have haircut at his salon that was based inside the Wish Restaurant. The first deceased proceeded to the salon while his entourage sat at the bar area inside the restaurant. After the haircut, the first deceased joined his entourage for a meal and drinks, and they were seated inside the restaurant. 16. Whilst having supper, the first deceased was joined by Tabelo Mutswane, also known as Tibz, the second deceased. The second deceased knew the first deceased well, as he had been the first deceased's previous manager. Investigation established that a spotter had been positioned inside the restaurant watching the first deceased. After interviewing Wish Restaurant staff, I established that the spotter was not a regular patron at the restaurant. He was identified as an African male and had on the night in question purchased a meal and drinks that was paid for using a standard bank card.
Baphinde futhi batholakala ukuthi-ke eGwabeni wayekade eyiqashile imoto eyipolo e-grey eyayekade isetshenziswa njengokuthi kube yiyona-ke eqaphayo. Ngey'khathi-ke zabo kuyoshaya o-6:20 bantambama, umufi-ke lokuqala kanye nethimba lakhe bahamba bayiswa kuleyo restaurant ekuthiwa ise-Wish ase-Florida Road khona la eThekwini Morningside. Lapho khathi befika khona-ke umufi wabeke esehlangana noKweyama okuyena umnikazi wendawo ekuthiwa yase-Wish. uKweyama-ke waseke-ke eyamema ukuthi-ke akahambe ayogunda iy'nto zakhe kule salon anayo ngaphakathi kuleya restaurant yaka-Wish. Yena-ke umufi kuthiwa wabe seyahamba-ke keyogunda iy'nwele ngalesikhathi ithimba lakhe ehlela ngaphakathi ebar kuleyo restaurant ngaphakathi. Emveni kokuthi kuyaqeda iy'nwele kuthiwa umufi-ke wabe seyahamba-ke eyojoyina ithimba lakhe ukuze bazola baphinde behlise ley'phuzo behlingana phakathi. Ngesikhathi-ke besadla-ke igila labo-ke umufi ngokuqala wabe esejoyinwa umufi wesibili owaziwa ngegama lika-Tibz. Yena umufi wesibili kuthiwa babekade bazana kakhulu umufi wokuqala njengoba ekade kuyelwa imeneja yakhe ngaphambilini. Uphenyo-ke labe-ke seliyaqhubeka-ke luveza ukuthi-ke kukhona umuntu wayekade ngaphakathi ongumqaphi ehleli ngaphakathi nakulelo restaurant ebhekile ngalesikhathi-ke umufi engaphakathi. Emveni kokuthi-ke sekubuzwe-ke abantu bakwenziwa ama-interview nabantu abasebenza ngaphakathi kula restaurant, ngathola ukuthi-ke bemuntu kwathiwa yena wayekade eqaphile laphaya akuyena umuntu wayejoyele ukuthi-ke afike ayohlala phansi kuleya ndawo. Bamchaza njengomuntu-ke umuntu wesilisa omnyama nokuthi-ke ngalolu suku lolu-ke wafika phakathi wathenga ukudla kanye ney'phuzo azikhokhela ngekhadi lakhe la-Standard Bank.
17. I applied for a subpoena in terms of Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. The information received from Standard Bank upon Section 205 subpoena established that the Standard Bank card belonged to applicant number 5, also known as Lindo. It was further established from an analysis of the opening documents of the Standard Bank account that the said account was opened on the morning of the incident by Lindo Mhlaliseni in demand. 18. CCTV video footage from outside the Wish restaurant revealed that a grey VW Polo stopped outside the restaurant around 21:17 whilst the first deceased was inside the restaurant. The clothing of the person that alighted from the vehicle and entered the restaurant was the same as seen in the video footage as being the African male that was later identified as applicant number 5, Lindo. The tracking report on the grey VW Polo places the vehicle in the vicinity of Hilton Hotel and then later at the Wish restaurant around the same times. The first deceased is at these respective places. 19. Sometime later, around 21:35, a white Mercedes-Benz C200 was also spotted passing the intersection of Montpellier Road and Gordon Road, traveling towards the direction of the Florida Road. After the Mercedes-Benz passed the restaurant, it came to a stationary position approximately 100 meters from the restaurant. 20. At approximately 22:18, the first deceased and his entourage, accompanied by the second deceased, exit the restaurant through a passageway leading onto a pavement on Florida Road. During this time, the two shooters can be seen on the video footage crossing Florida Road towards Wish restaurant from the direction where the white Mercedes-Benz was parked. The first deceased is seen on video footage talking to the second deceased and hugging him. A suspect wearing a white cap approached the deceased from behind. At the same time, another suspect wearing dark clothing and a cap is also seen having positioned himself between the two vehicles.
Video eyayikade ibonakala lapha emnyango wakuleya restaurant iWish iveze ukuthi i-VW egrey eyipolo iyama ngaphandle kwayo leyo restaurant ngey'khathi kuyoshaya ngo-9:20 kwasebusuku. Ngalesikhathi-ke umufi wokuqala-ke ngaphakathi kuleyo restaurant. Iy'ngubo zalowo muntu lo owayekade sika kuleyo moto-ke engena ngaphakathi kuleyo restaurant ziyafana nalezi zibonakala kule video-ke zikhombisa umuntu omnyama wesilisa owathi-ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi kwase kuyatholakala ukuthi-ke u-applicant number 5 igama lakhe Lindo. I-report yawa-check-a ikhombisa ukuthi-ke i-VW Polo ibeka ikade ikhona laphaya endaweni yase-Interim Hotel. Emveni kwalokho-ke yabe isiyabonakala noma iya endaweni iya-restaurant ekuthiwa iWish. ngesikhathi esifanayo nomufi kuzona zonke lezi ndawo lezi. Ngokuhamba kwesikhathi-ke ngekhathi mhlambe seku-25 to 10 wasebusuku kuno-Mercedes omhlophe oyi-C200 obonakalayo udlula ku-Montpelier Road no-Gordon Road uya-ke ngase-Florida Road. Lo Mercedes lona-ke kuthiwa-ke kuyadlula laphaya kuleya restaurant uze ufike uyoma cishe mhlawumbe amagxatha awu-100 usuka kuleyo restaurant leyo. Ngesikhathi-ke sekuyoshaya u-20 past 10 wasebusuku umufi oqala kanye nethimba lakhe behamba kanye nomufi wesibili bayaphuma-ke kule restaurant lena behambe ngenye indlela-ke njena eyi-passage eya ngaphandle-ke ku-Florida Road. Ngalesi sikhathi lesi-ke kunabantu kuthiwa bawoshaya sibhamu ababili ababonakalayo kwividiyo-ke bewela umgwaqo uFlorida besondela ngakuyona i-restaurant le ekuthiwa ise-Wish la i-Mercedes emhlophe kuthiwa ekade besuka kula i-Mercedes emhlophe ekade ibhakile. Umufi lo oqala uyabonakala kwividiyo-ke ekhuluma nomufi wesibili-ke behagana. Kube-ke sekubonakala-ke umsolwa ogqoke ikepisi elimhlophe esondela la kume khona-ke umufi. Ngesikhathi esifanayo futhi kuthiwa kunomunye-ke umsolwa obonakalayo ogqoke iy'ngubo-ke ezimnyama efake nekepisi ubonakala-ke eyicuthele phakathi kwey'moto ezimbili.
21. The first suspect is further observed armed with a firearm approaching the deceased and shooting him in the head. The second suspect maintains his position and simultaneously fires shots in the direction of both deceased. The first deceased falls to the ground and the second deceased runs into the passageway and falls. Both suspects are observed fleeing the scene by crossing over Florida Road towards the direction of the white Mercedes-Benz. The suspects jumped into the Mercedes-Benz and leaves at high speed. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi, here in referred to as Thabani, cellular phone records places him in the vicinity of the crime scene when both deceased were shot. 22. Investigations were immediately conducted at the scene after the murders of the deceased, and it was established that the two deceased died at the scene. 2 spent 9mm nickel cartridges were found close to the body of the first deceased. 4 spent 9mm cartridge cases were found in the vicinity of where the second suspect had positioned himself. Video footage from the inside and outside the restaurant was secured. Postmortems were conducted on both deceased and the cause of death was consistent with the gunshot wounds. 23. The next morning, after interviewing witnesses, I attempted to trace the direction that the Mercedes-Benz have taken after the incident. My colleagues or team and I obtained CCTV video footages from various sources to determine the direction and the number plate of the Mercedes-Benz. After viewing the video footage, I established that the left front headlight was not functioning and that the registration of the Mercedes-Benz was ND901841. Investigations were then conducted to determine cellular phones that were active on the path that the Mercedes-Benz embarked on and at the crime scene.
Umsola-ke lo kuqala-ke uyabonakala-ke ehlomile-ke ephethe isibhamu esondela-ke ngakumufi emdubula ekhanda. Umsola wesibili kuthiwa-ke uyahamba la acuthe khona-ke naye adubule ngesikhathi esifanayo ebhekise ngakubona abafi bobabili. Umufi wokuqala kuthiwa uyabonakala ewela phansi, owesibili uyabonakala-ke ebaleka eshona laphaya ngasemaphaseji agcine ewa naye phansi. Bobabili labasolwa laba kuthiwa-ke bayabonakala bebaleka bewela umgaqo laphaya beya ku-Florida Road besondela ngakuyona-ke imoto le emhlophe eyi-Mercedes. Bobabili abasolwa kuthiwa bayangena ngaphakathi kuleyo Mercedes ebese-ke iyasuka ngesivinini. Applicant 1 uLindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi-ke usezombiza ngoThabani. Ama-record cellphone yakhe ayambeka kuleya ndawo esondelene nala kwenzeka khona-ke lobugebengu. Uphenyo ke lwaqala ke emveni kokuthi ke labantu laba sekuthiwa ke batholakala befile kwase kuyatholakala ukuthi ke bobabili ke abafi bafe khona lapha endaweni yesigameko. Kwabe ke sekuyatholakala ke eduze komufi wokuqala kwatholakala ke ama cartridge amabili eseduze kwakhe noma eduze komzimba wakhe. Bese ke kuthiwa ke eduze komzimba womufi wesibili kwase kutholakala ke awu4 khona lapho. La kuthiwa kade kume khona umsola wesibili la kuthiwa kade ecuthe khona. Kune video footage esuka ngaphakathi nangaphandle kwaleyo restaurant yatholakala. Kwabe ke sekuyenziwa ke kuyahlolwa ke izidumbu zabafi bobabili. Kwatholakala ukuthi ke bobabili bafe ngenxa yokudutshulwa. Ngakusasa ke emveni kokuthi ke kuphenywe noma ke ku-interview ofakazi, ngase ke ngiyazama ukuthi ke ngithole ukuthi i-Mercedes Benz le eyayikade laphayana yasuka yabe isishonaphi emveni kokuthi kwenzeke lesi sigameko. Mina ke kanye nethimba lami sathola ke ama-video footage esuka ke ey'ndaweni eziningi ukuze ke sizokwazi ukuthi ke sithole imininingwane ke ye-Mercedes Benz kanye nama-number plate aleyo Mercedes Benz. Emva kokuthi ke kubonakale ke yonke ama-video sasinawo ke sabe ke sesiyabona ukuthi ke le Mercedes le ngaphambili ke ithoshi la ngaphambili esandleni sesinxele lalingasebenzi nokuthi ke i-number plate yayo leyo Mercedes yayi-ND 901841. Uphenyo ke labe ke seliyaqhubeka likhombisa ke noma lisitshengisa ukuthi ama-cellphone ayekade ke ekhona akhona ama-cellphone ayekhona ngalesikhathi i-Mercedes Benz ifika lapha endaweni yesigameko.
24. On 6 March 2023, I was informed that a Mercedes Benz used in the commission of a murder and attempted murder on docket Barricas 5303 of year 2023 was recovered near Cattle Crest Informal Settlement. I attended the scene and established that the white Mercedes Benz C200 had the registration numbers ND 151162. I observed the following on the scene. 24.1. The motor vehicle was covered with Coca-Cola. 24.2. The petrol cap was open and 2 bent mesh sticks were found at the entrance of the tank. 24.3. 2 bent mesh sticks were found on the floor below the tank. 24.4. 2 spent rifle cartridge cases were found at the back seat of the motor vehicle. 24.5. 1 spent rifle cartridge case was found on the front seat of the motor vehicle. 24.6. There were 3 bullet holes on the driver's side window. 24.7. 1 bullet hole on the windscreen on the driver's side. 24.8. Muti or traditional herbs was found in the back seat. 24.9. 1 live 9mm round in nickel casing was found underneath the carpet in the front passenger side. 24.10. The registration plates on the motor vehicles were false. 24.11. The chassis number of the motor vehicle was checked through a notice and established to be that the motor vehicle was robbed on 7th January 2023. A docket was registered at Durban Central, bearing Durban Central cars 32701-2023. 24.12. The left front headlight of the vehicle was not functioning.
6 March ngabe ke sengithola ke ulwazi lokuthi kune Mercedes Benz eyayikade isetshenzisiwe ke kwenziwa ubugebengu bokubulala kanye nokuzama ukubulala obavulelwa idocket eBria elalino case number 5303 of 2023. Leyo moto ke yatholakala endaweni noma eduze kwase Cattle Crest eyindawo yasemjondolo. Ngabe ke sengiyahamba ke ngiyakhona la kuleyo ndawo yaleso sigameko. Ngafica khona ngathola ukuthi ke i-Mercedes Benz le i-C200 ine number plate 151162. Khathi ngilapho ke ngase ke ngibona lezi zinto ezilandelayo. Okokuqala, imoto lena yayikade ke ichithelwe ngeCoca-Cola, igcwele iCoca-Cola. Okwesibili ke la kuthelwa khona upetrol emotweni kwakuvuliwe kukhona-ke izinti ezimbili zamentshisi eseyishisiwe. Okunye okulandelayo lezi zinto lezi zamentshisi ezishisiwe zatholakala-ke ngezansi kwayo ithangi leli likapetroli. Kwatholakala-ke khona futhi-ke inhlamvu ezimbili-ke e-back seat noma ngesihlalweni esingemuva sale moto le, inhlamvu eyodwa ngaphambili ngaphansi kwemoto no atholakala eyodwa inhlamvu ngaphambili emotweni kwisithi le ngaphambili. Kwabe sekutholakala futhi-ke ezinye esayidini leli lika-driver, iwindi lidutshulwe kathathu. Kutholakala futhi-ke la i-windscreen yemoto ngasesayidini la-driver, kukhona futhi ibonisa ukuthi imoto idutshuliwe kanye. Kwaphinde kwatholakala-ke umuthi wawungaphakathi emotweni kwi-back seat yakhona. Kwatholakala futhi-ke i-casing eyodwa, i-number plate yemoto kuthiwa-ke yayingasiyona ekuyiyona kwakuyi-number plate mbumbulu. Kwa-checkwa imoto lena, kwatholakala-ke ukuthi imoto iveza njengemoto eyayikade-ke intshontshiwe ngomhla ka-7 January. Kwavulwa-ke i-docket ngaphaya eDurban Central. I-case number yakhona kwaku-32701 of 2023. Okunye-ke futhi okwatholakala ukuthi-ke lapha kuleyo moto ithoshi leli langaphambili lasesandleni sesinxele lalingasebenzi.
25. The evidence collected led me to reasonably conclude that the Mercedes-Benz that was recovered under docket Bericas 5303-2023 is the same vehicle used as a getaway vehicle in the commission of murders of the first and the second deceased outside the Wish restaurant in Florida Road. I base this conclusion on the fact that the 9mm live round in nickel casing that was found in the vehicle is similar to the 2 nickel spent cartridges found close to the first deceased body. The left front headlight that was not functioning and visible in the video footage was also in the same position on the Mercedes-Benz that was recovered. 26. Upon investigations carried out at the scene where the Mercedes-Benz was abandoned, it was established that there had been an attempt to set the vehicle alight by one of the suspects. One of the suspects also purchased airtime from a tuck shop situated a few meters away from where the vehicle was abandoned. Investigations revealed that Spamandla Ngcobo was identified as the person who recharged his phone with the airtime purchased from the tuck shop. Spamandla Ngcobo, also known as Mnqantsa, was arrested on the 26th March 2023 and charged on the docket Durban Central Cars 32701-2023 for robbery with aggravating circumstances of the Mercedes-Benz.
La-ke laphayana kwenza ukuthi-ke ngifike esinqumeni sokuthi-ke lo Mercedes-Benz lo otholakale lana-ke kule docket laseBreya i-case 2303-2023 imoto efanayo nale eyasetshenziswa ukuthi-ke kubalekwe ngalesikhathi-ke kwenziwa ubugebengu lobu kokubulala-ke umufi wokuqala kanye nomufi wesibili belaphayana endaweni yase-Florida Road. Lokhu ngikushiso ukuthi-ke ama-cartridge lawa atholakala kule moto ngalesikhathi siyithola uma ngabe-ke ebhekwa ayafana nalawa atholakala-ke esondelene nemzimba yabafi ngalesi sikhathi-ke kwenziwa uphenyo emveni kokuthi-ke bebulawe. Lapha ngaphambili kule moto futhi okwenza ukuthi ngisho njalo ukuthi kuyabonakala ukuthi-ke ithoshi langaphambili lalingasebenzi njengoba-ke futhi sabona ukuthi-ke ithoshi laleya moto ayingasebenzi kwi-video footage eyatholakala. Ngokuqhubeka kophenyo-ke silenza-ke kwabese kuyatholakala-ke ukuthi i-Mercedes-Benz le yashiwa kanjalo laphaya kuleya ndawo. Kwatholakala ukuthi-ke futhi-ke kwakade kukhona ozamile oyedwa wabasola ukuthi-ke imoto ayishise. Oyedwa wabasola kuthiwa wathenga i-airtime kwenye isitolo esiseduze esingekho kude kunala imoto ayekade ishiye khona. Uphenyo-ke laqhubeka lasitshengisa ukuthi-ke uSiphamandla Ngcobo uyena umuntu-ke owafaka i-airtime efonini yakhe le ayekade ithengwe kuleso sitolo leso. uSiphamandla Ngcobo ophinde aziwe ngegama likaMnqantsa waboshwa ngomhla ka-26 March 2023
waboshwa-ke eDurban Central ku-case number 3271 of 2023 eboshelwa-ke icala-ke lokubamba inkunzi ehlomile icala lokubamba inkunzi yale Mercedes-Benz.
27. Cellular phone records were obtained for Spamandla Ngcobo and compared with the cellular phone records at the scene of murders on the night in question. It was established that Spamandla Ngcobo, also known as Mnganza, had communicated with applicant number 2, Lindani Zenzele Ndimande, herein referred to as Shisela, Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, and Dave Malus Ndimande, also known as MJ, prior to the matter. Cellular phone records of applicant 2, Shisela, Dave Malus Ndimande, also known as MJ, applicant 4, Gwabeni, and applicant 1, Tabani, were obtained, and they were placed in the vicinity of the Florida Road where the murders had taken place and at the time of the shooting of both deceased. There were other areas where the said cellular phones were placed on the day which are relevant to this case. This will be discussed later in this affidavit. 28. On 21 April 2023, I was informed that applicant number 3, Eddie Siandamieza, herein referred to as Eddie, was arrested under docket Becky Temba Case 138 of 04/2023 for unlawful possession of a Noriko pistol with the serial numbers filed off. On the same day, Spelele Nkosikona Mnyandu, also known as Gwajo, was arrested under docket Becky Temba Case 137 of 04/2023 for unlawful possession of a Beretta pistol with the serial number filed off. Both firearms were forwarded to a forensic science laboratory ballistic unit. The ballistic evidence established that the Noriko pistol found in possession of applicant number 3, Eddie, was positively linked to the 2 nickel spent cartridges found next to the first deceased in this matter. It was therefore established to be one of the murder weapons used in this matter.
Ama-record ama-cellphone-ke atholakala kuSiphamandla Ngcobo abeke-ke seyaqhathaniswa-ke nama-record-ke atholakala lapha endaweni yalesi sigameko lesi esikusona esize ngaso namhlanje. Kwase-ke kuyabonakala ukuthi kuSiphamandla Ngcobo owaziwa ngumqansa uke waba-ke nokuxhumana no-applicant 2 uLindani Zenzele Ndimande owaziwa ngegama likaShisela, noSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngegama likaNxele, uDave Malus Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ ngaphambi kokuthi-ke kubulawe. I-cellphone noma-ke ima-record e-cellphone ashisela uDave Malus Ndumande kanye noGwabeni kanye noThabani atholakala. Phezu kwalokho-ke ase ebafaka-ke endaweni noma ebabeka endaweni esondelene naseFlorida la kwenzeka khona-ke ubugebengu lobo benzeka kwabulawa khona-ke abafi laba. Kwakhona nezinye futhi iy'ndawo la maselula khona ayekade-ke ebekwa khona, kodwa-ke lokho kusazokhulunywa kabanzi ngokuqhubeka kwayo le affidavit. Mhla ka-21 April 2023 ngathola ulwazi lokuthi-ke u-applicant number 3 u-Eddie Siandamieza owaziwa ngegama lika-Eddie-ke waboshwa eBhekthemba eboshelwa-ke icala lokutholakala-ke ephethe isibhamu ngongekho emthethweni. Isibhamu-ke esihlikiziwe i-serial number yakhona. Ngalo futhi lolo suku lelo uSiphelele Nkosikhona Mnyandu owaziwa ngelikagwajo naye-ke wayekade eboshiwe eBhekthemba eboshelwa ukutholakala naye ephethe isibhamu ngokungekho emthethweni. Zombili lezi ibhamu lezi zathathwa zayiswa-ke kochwepheshe abazoyihlola. Kwase kutholakala-ke ukuthi isibhamu lesi satholakala ku-Eddie. Lesi sibhamu lesi-ke siyabandakanyeka noma siyafana nama-cartridge lawa atholakala-ke eduze kwey'dumbu zabafi. Emveni kwalokho-ke futhi kwase-ke kuyacaca ukuthi-ke isona isibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa ngalesi khathi kudutshulwa.
29. The evidence in respect of the planning and execution of the murder of the deceased are entirely as follows. 29.1. On 10th February 2023 at approximately 2000 hours, Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, called applicant 3, Eddie, requesting for Mercedes-Benz and the firearms. The evidence collected indicates that this is the same Mercedes-Benz that was robbed in January 2023 and recovered on the 6th March 2023 at Cato Crest Informal Settlement. 29.2. Arrangements were made between Ngale and applicant 380 that the vehicle and the firearms are to be delivered to Ngale at the M4 Jacobs off ramp. 29.3. At around 2000 hours, 36 minutes, 39 seconds, the grey VW Polo with registration number NUR 59728, hired and paid by applicant for Gwabeni, and at 2000 hours, 37 minutes, 7 seconds, the silver Hyundai i10 with the registration number, with the registration number NUR 38078, also hired and paid by applicant number 4 Gwabeni, are be placed by tracker or tracking reports at Jacobs off-ramp. The coordinates for the vehicles place them in close proximity with each other when the white Mercedes and the firearms were handed over.
Ukuthi ke icala leli lenzeka kanjani mhla ka 10 February ngekhathi ke zabo 8 ebusuku. Usiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngegama likaNxele kanye no Eddie ke wafonela uEddie ecela uEddie ukuthi ke ucela iMercedes le kanye nezibhamu. Ubufakazi ke esiqokelele bukhombisa ukuthi ke iyona le Mercedes le eyayikade ke intshontshwe ngoJanuary 2023 yaze yatholakala ngomhla ka 6 March 2023 isitholakala eCato Crest endaweni ke esemjondolo. Kwaba khona ke amalungiselelo phakathi ke kukaNxele kanye noEddie ukuthi ke imoto le kanye nezibhamu zizolethwa kuNxele ku M4 lapha ya eJacobs ku F-ramp yase Jacobs. Ngesikhathi ke sekusanda kudlula nje u25-9 wasebusuku imoto eyiVW eyiPolo egrey ene number plate uNUR 59728 eyayikade ke iqashwe futhi ikhokhelwe uGwabeni. Nanga isikhathi ke sekusanda kuyoshaya u22-9 wasebusuku imoto eyiHyundai i10 esilver ngokombala ene number plate NUR 38078 nayo ke iqashiwe futhi ukhokhelwe uGwabeni. Lezi moto zombili ke i-report yaka tracker ke iyazikhombisa ke noma iyazibeka lapha yake eJacobs ku off ramp yakhona. Lezi moto lezi futhi ke zazisondelene futhi ke ukhona eyafika imoto iMercedes emhlophe la ibhamu ke zabe seziyanikezelwana.
29.4. Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, in the company of applicant 2 Shisela, Spamandla Ngcobo Mnqantsa, and 2 other unknown males received the Mercedes-Benz mentioned here in above. 29.5. Prior to the handing over of the said Mercedes-Benz, the evidence shows that at 2040, applicant 2 Shisela's cell phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs. At 2033, Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande's cellular phone records place him in Kongela, which is en route to Jacobs off-ramp. At 2034, applicant 1 Thabani's cellular phone records place him in Kongela, which is en route to Jacobs off-ramp. There is evidence that the 3 were in the same vicinity at the same time. 29.6. At 2058, applicant 4 Gwabeni's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Dale Bridge Station. At 2058, 15 seconds, the tracking report of the grey VW Polo with registration NUR 59728 places the vehicle passing Dale Bridge Station. There is evidence indicating that applicant 4 Gwabeni was in the same vehicle or in the vicinity where this vehicle was. The evidence further established that at 2041, applicant 5 Lindo's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were being handed over to Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Nqaila. 29.7, the evidence therefore establishes that applicant 1, Thabani, applicant 2, Shisela, applicant 4, Gwabeni, and applicant 5, Lindo, were part of the group that went to collect the Mercedes-Benz and the firearms to be used in the shooting and killing the deceased on that day. They were driving in 2 vehicles, being the grey VW Polo and a silver Hyundai i10.
Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande Nqele ehamba no applicant 2 uShisela uSiphamandla Ngcobo owaziwa ngomqansa kanye ke nababili ke abesilisa abangaziwa bona ke abanikezwa iMercedes le ekhulunga ngayo. Ngaphambi kokuthi ke iMercedes lena inikezwe labantu besilisa laba kunobufakazi obukhombisa ukuthi ke ngo-22/9 wasebusuku uShisela ifoni yakhe ke ikhombisa ukuthi ke wayekhona lapha ngasendaweni yase Jacobs. Ngo-2033 uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande waziwa ngoNqele ifoni yakhe naye imkhombisa ukuthi ke esendaweni yasekhongela ikhongela ke isuke ibheke khona lapha ngase Jacobs ku-off ramp yakhona. Ngo-2034 uThabani iselula lakhe limkhombisa ukuthi ke yena wayesekhongela ikhongela ke le nayo ebheke lapha eJacobs. Kunobufakazi ke obukhona obukhombisa ukuthi ke laba bobathathu babekade ke besendaweni eyodwa ngesikhathi esisodwa. Sekuyoshaya u9 ngo-2058 u9 wantambama applicant number 4 Gwabeni i-cellphone yakhe imbeka endaweni ese-Dale Bridge Station bese kuthi ke ngo-2058 i-report yaka-tracker futhi ikhombisa ukuthi ke imoto egrey eyi-VW Polo ene-number plate NUR 59728 ibeka ke noma ikhombisa imoto le idlula khona lapha eDale Bridge Station. Kunobufakazi futhi obukhombisa ukuthi uGwabeni wayekade ke engaphakathi emotweni kuyona futhi leyo ndawo wayengaphakathi emotweni ngalesikhathi imoto ibonakala kuleyo ndawo leyo. Kunobufakazi futhi obukhombisa ukuthi ngo-2041 uLindo i-cellphone yakhe imbeka endaweni esondelene nase-Jacobs. Ngalesi sikhathi ke kuMercedes lo omhlophe kanye nezibhamu ke kuzonikezelwana ngazo kuSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngoNqele. Ubufakazi ke bukhombisa ukuthi ke uThabani, uShisela, uGwabeni kanye noLindo babe yingxenye ke yabantu ke abahamba beyolanda uMercedes lo kanye nezibhamu ukuthi ke kuzizosetshenziswa lezi zinto ukuthi kubulawe umufi ngosuku lwalesi sigameko. Babehamba ngeimoto ezimbili i-VW Polo egrey kanye neHyundai i-i10 esilver.
Slight problem. We have, from the copies that are being given to us, I don't know whether my other learned friends have the same problem, but if you look at the affidavit from paragraphs 42 to 59, they're just missing, absent. From paragraph 42 to 59.
59.
The places that got your ship. It's just that the pages are here, your ship, but however they are misfired on the other side. If at this stage, your ship, I can see that it is 10 to 11.
Yes.
It may take, not sure if it will be up till 10:15, but we're trying to sort out this issue. Take a tea break.
Maybe let's take a 30 minutes tea break. It's 10 to 11. Let's resume at 20 past 11. Is that good with everyone?
That's court, please.
statement from no, there's nothing which is wrong. They said that is fine. They are not
Well, I don't know. Okay, I'm not in a position to say that that is so or that is not so. But this matter that I have in my hands right now was first enrolled on the 8th of February 2024.
As I'm explaining to the court, it might have been enrolled again on that day. It was previously the exact same matter because I appeared in the matter. Was enrolled for trial. It was then struck off the roll. The state then decided to re-enroll it, and they re-enrolled it in February. And my learned friend can stand up and confirm that. So your worship can then have certainty. I'm not of the court, and I would not try and mislead the court now.
You see, from what you said earlier on, you did not say that the matter was first in the regional court roll and it was struck off. It's only later on that you are saying that. So you said to me the matter was set down for trial, and I'm looking for the date when the matter is set down for trial on record, and there is nothing on this record showing that the matter was set down for trial, and it could not have possibly been set down for trial in this court or in a district court, since it is a robbery with aggravating circumstances.
In the regional court, your worship, I've given the court now all the details. I can even go and print out the appearance where it was in the regional court, where your worship can see it's the same cash number. But as I said, I don't know why we're going through this. My little friend can get up and confirm it's the same matter that was previously stuck off the roll on the trial.
Mr. Taba, is it the same matter?
Your worship, I'm now have to bring a long history of this matter, which I didn't intend to. By indicating to my learned friend that we want to combine the matters, I thought he was going to be amenable to that because he's appearing on that matter as well. The matter was transferred to the regional court for trial. When it was there, it was the accused's intention to bring a bail application. The matter was referred back to the magistrate's court for purpose of bail application. In the middle of the bail application, there was a confusion. There were two charge sheets standing. The one in the district court where the bail application is proceeding, and the one in the regional court where the trial is set. On the date that my learned friend is referring to, the matter being struck, it was not going to proceed for trial because the arrangement between the two colleagues was, let's finalize the bail in the district court first. However, there was miscommunication between myself and the prosecutor and my other prosecutors, and the matter ended up being struck off the roll. The charge sheet was brought back to court 10. I indicated to the magistrate in court 10, let us finalize the bail application, but the court ruled that because the main matter was struck off roll, then the bail application itself must be struck off roll. Then the matter was removed. The accused remained in custody on the matter we called earlier on. Hence, now we have re-enrolled it now. And we are saying our indication to my learned friend is, in all intents and purposes, we want to finalize the evidence led in the bail application to make a conclusive decision to join the matters because they are interlinked somehow. That is all I'm saying. Therefore, it is the state's request. In fact, today, another thing that I didn't even ask my colleague whether is she still intending to apply for bail, because we're in the middle of a bail application when this matter was struck off from. Maybe that can also be placed on the record that she's not intending to apply for bail, then we know what we're facing at the end of the day. But the state still requests that it could postpone to the 7th for a decision to decide conclusively to join it with the other matter. That is where we're going eventually.
May I please support? The only question that your worship actually asked of my learned friend was to confirm that the matter was set down in the regional court for trial, and is confirmed. Worship. So the matter was set down for trial, disclosure took place, and at this point, it's not for my learned friend to infringe my client's rights to a speedy trial.
on chat sheet if I don't have the code book. Where's the code book where I can make entries?
Thank you, Worship. May I proceed, Worship?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Worship. Paragraph 29.8. The Mercedes-Benz and firearms are handed to Nxele and Handai. Item is taken in exchange. Nxele then left with the people he had arrived with the Mercedes-Benz and the grey VW Polo. 29.9. The Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were then used in the killing of both the deceased in Florida Road at the same night. Evidence indicates that after the shooting, arrangements were made to hand over the firearms in the white Mercedes-Benz in the Imlazi area. 29.10. At the meeting, Nxele and applicant 2 Shisela were standing outside the said Mercedes-Benz. The grey VW Polo was parked in the nearby vicinity. According to the vehicle's tracking report, at 23:13, 4 seconds, the grey Polo was parked at Mandlindlovu Road in Umlazi K section around the same time. Both Nxele and applicant 2 Shisela's cell phone records placed them in K section Umlazi at 23:30. Applicant 1 Tabani is placed in the vicinity of Mega City in Umlazi V section through his cellular phone records. At 23:11, applicant 4 Gwabeni is placed in the vicinity of Umlazi D section through his cellular phone records. 29.11.
Sorry, let's afford the interpreter.
We go page by page.
Oh, you go by. Oh, okay, fine.
29.11. The driver of the grey VW Polo alighted and was identified as applicant 1 Tabani. The passenger in the vehicle is Malusi Dave Ndimande, also known as MJ. Applicant 2 Shisela, in the presence of applicant 1 Tabani Nxele MJ, he gave instruction that the registration plate of the Mercedes-Benz be removed and changed, the barrel of the firearm be drilled.
Mercedes-Benz kanye nezibhamu lezi ke zanikezwa uNxele. I-Hyundai i-i10 yahamba kwahanjwa ngayo ukuze kuyokwenziwa ke lokunikezelana kwezinto. uNxele ke wahamba nabantu ke kade efike nabo nge-Mercedes-Benz kuhanjwa nge-VW Polo egrey. i-Mercedes-Benz kanye nezibhamu zabe ziyasetshenziswa ukuthi ke kubulawe abantu laba kuthiwa bafa eFlorida Road ngabo lobo busuku lobo. Ubufakazi ke bukhombisa ukuthi ke emveni kokuthi ke kudutshulwe noma kwenziwe ke ama-arrangement okudutshulwa noma emveni kokuthi kudutshulwe kukhona ama-arrangement enziwa ukuthi ke izibhamu lezi zinikezelwe ke ne-Mercedes-Benz iyiswe eMlazi. Lapho ke kuleyo meeting leyo kwakhona uNxele uShisela babeme ngaphandle kwayo i-Mercedes-Benz, imoto iPolo i-VW ayipake eduzane kwalapho. Kwakwama-reports e-tracker alezi imoto lezi ngo-11:13 iPolo egrey yayikade ipake uMandlendlovu Road eMlazi ka-K. Ngaso futhi leso sikhathi leso uNxele kanye noShisela amaselula abo akhomba ukuthi ke babekade beka K eMlazi ngesikhathi esa 11:30 ebusuku. uThabani naye uyabekwa endaweni yaseMlazi eMega City ka-V, ubekwa kama-record eselfoni yakhe ngesikhathi sika 11:11 wasebusuku. uGwabeni naye uyabekeka endaweni yaseMlazi ka-D, ubekwa kama-record ke eselfoni yakhe. Udriver wePolo egrey yena ke wehlika emotweni. Yena lo muntu ke lo ke waseke kebonakala ukuthi igama lakhe uThabani. Umuntu wayekade eyipassenger emotweni uMalusi Dave Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ. uShisela ke yena ke ehambisana noThabani Nxele no applicant number 1 umJ. ibona ke abakhipha ke inombolo yokuthi ke imoto ayishintsha ama number plate nokuthi ibhamu zenziwe njani.
12, the Mercedes-Benz was then driven away. Ngale and applicant 2, Shisela, jumped into the grey VW Polo with applicant 1, Tabani, and Malusi Dave Demand MJ, and they drove away. 29.13, it was observed that the front headlight of the Mercedes-Benz was not working. The Mercedes-Benz was parked in the place in Umlazi. The same car was again used in the commission of the offences under docket barrier cars 5303 year 2023. It should be noted that applicant 2, Shisela, applicant 3, Edi, and Mnganza referred to here in above and Ngale are linked to this docket. Applicant 2, Shisela, applicant 3, Edi, and Mnganza are appearing in Durban Court 11 for the matter under the said mentioned docket. 30. On the 13th of October 2023, applicant 3, Edi, was arrested under the docket in Mayville Cars 26 of 05-2022, wherein his fingerprints were found on a getaway vehicle that was used to commit the matter. In the said vehicle, cellular phones and 9mm pen cartridges were found. The cartridges on the Mayville docket were compared by the FSL ballistics and confirms a ballistic match indicating that it was a firearm from the same it was fired from the same firearm as the 4 9mm pen cartridge that were found on the scene of the matter of the first deceased and the second deceased in the present matter, Parikas 85/02/2023. 31. Bank statements obtained on the Standard Bank accounts of applicant 5, Lindo, where an amount of 133,000 rands was received on the 11th February 2023. The source of the said transfer was identified as being an FNB account belonging to applicant 4, Gwabeni. It was further established from the bank records of Gwabeni that on the 11th 2023 at approximately 1400 hours, he received an amount approximately 803,000 rands 455 between the hours 1700 and 2900. Cellular phone records of applicant 4, Gwabeni, applicant 1, Taban, applicant 2, Shisela, applicant 5, Lindo, Siyabonga Kezani, also known as Ngale, and Dave Malusi Ndemande, also known as J, place them in the vicinity of applicant 4, Gwabeni's home, which is situated at number 1 North Road, Kawisil. Around the same time, Gwabeni transfers monies amounting to 133,000 to each applicant and the 2 other Ndimande brothers held in Swaziland or Eswatini.
I-Mercedes-Benz lena ke kuswa ke yabeke ke isiyahamba Unxele noShisela bangena ke kwi-Polo eGrey. Applicant 1 uThabani kanye noMalusi Dave Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ ke emveni kwalokho kwaseke kuyahanjwa kwabeke futhi sekuyabonakala ukuthi imoto leyo ke ithoshi leli la ngaphambili la leyo Mercedes lila lingasebenzi. Mercedes leyo ayikade ibhakiwe endaweni thizeni esemlazi. Yona leyo moto futhi ke kuthiwa yasetshenziswa ke kutheni kwenziwe elinye icala ke labeke seliyabhaliswa noma vula icala eBrea. Lokhu ke inkantolo kufunika iyazi ukuthi ke applicant number 2 uShisela, applicant 3 Edi kanye nomqansa noNxele bona ke labantu ke laba ibona ke abathintekayo kulelo docket lelo. uShisela, uEdi nomqansa bayavela enkantolo ecourt 11 kulelo cala lelo elisaqhubeka kuleyo nkantolo. Mhla ka 13 October 2023 uapplicant number 3 Edi Mieza waboshwa eboshelwa ke idocket lavulwa eMayville ucase number 2605 of 2022 kulelo cala lelo kwathiwa kuboshelwa ukuthi kutholakale ama-fingerprint akhe emotweni kwakade kubalekwa ngayo emveni kokuthi ke kubulewe umuntu thizeni. Leyo moto leyo nama-cellphone kanye ke nama-cartridge atholakala khona kuleyo moto. Ama-cartridge lawo atholakala ke kule docket laseMayville aseke yaqhathaniswa nalawo ke kwaseke kuyabonakala ukuthi ke lama-cartridge lawa aphuma-ke esibhamini esisodwa-ke kunalesi-ke esibandakanyeka kulolu daba lolu. Iy'tatimende zasebhenki zatholakala, zase-Standard Bank kwabonakala ukuthi-ke ku-applicant 5 uLindo la kwatholakala ukuthi kwangena imali engango-133,000 ngomhla ka-11 February 2023. Imali leyo-ke kuthiwa kwabhekwa ukuthi ivelaphi, kwatholakala ukuthi ivela-ke kwi-account yakwa-FNB. Leyo account yakwa-FNB kuthiwa-ke eyagwabeni. Okunye kwaphinde kwatholakala-ke kuyona-ke le account iyagwabeni ngomhla ka-11 February 2023 ngey'khathi zabo-2 emini. Yena uGwabeni kuthiwa wathola imali kwi-account yakhe engango-803,455 randi phakathi-ke kwey'khathi-ke zika-5 ntambama kuze kuyoshaya u-9 wasebusuku. I-cellphone kaGwabeni no-applicant 1 uThabani, no-applicant 2 uShisela kanye no-applicant 5 uLindo, uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande Onxele, uDave Malusi Ndimande umJ. Babonakala ukuthi-ke amafoni abo ababeka-ke endaweni esondelene noma esendaweni la u-applicant number 4 uGwabeni ehlala khona. Leyo address number 1 North Road, Cowies Hill. Ngesikhathi-ke esisodwa-ke iy'mali-ke zabe seziyasuka kwi-account yaGwabeni ziyongena-ke kuma-account abanye-ke. Imali ayifakwa kwaku-133,000 ifakela bonke-ke abantu abacela ibheli kanye lalaba abase-Swaziland.
133,000 was transferred to applicant 5 Lindo's Standard Bank account. 133,000 rands was transferred to Dave Malusi Ndimande's Capitec account. 100,000 was transferred to applicant 2 Shisela's FNB account, and 33,000 rands into his Capitec account. 100,000 rands was transferred to applicant 1 Tabani's Standard Bank account, and 33,000 rand was transferred to his spouse Hlengiwe Princess Mkwana's Capitec account. 33,000 rands was transferred to Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande's Capitec account, and 100,000 rands was transferred into an ABSA account. 33. I attached a table depicting the transfers of monies indicating the times when the money was transferred, from which to which account and to whom it was transferred as per Annexure KP1. 34. During the course of the investigation, I recovered the grey BMW, the grey VW Polo, and the silver Hyundai i10 mentioned here in above. The silver Hyundai i10 and the grey VW Polo had been hired by applicant 4 Gwabeni from a person by the name of Sonwabile Bethuel Bani.
3 rand-ke wa-transfer wafakelwa u-applicant number 5 uLindo kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Standard Bank. 133,000 rand-ke wafakelwa uMalusi Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec Bank. 100,000 rand-ke wafakelwa-ke uShisela kwi-account yakhe yakwa-FNB. Kwase kufakwa u-33,000 rand kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec. 100,000 rand-ke wafakelwa-ke uThabani kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Standard Bank. Kwase kufakwa u-33,000 rand ufakelwa unkosikazi wakhe uHlengiwe Princess Mkhwanazi kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec. U-33,000 rand-ke wafakelwa-ke uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec, bese u-100,000 rand wafakelwa-ke kwi-account yakhe yakwa-ABSA. Ngifakile khona lana-ke ukuthi-ke kubonakala ukuthi-ke imali ayisuka kephi iya kubani nangaziphi iy'khathi. Ngalesikhathi-ke kuqhutshekwa nophenyo-ke imoto e-grey eyi-BMW kanye ne-VW Polo ne-Hyundai i10-ke lezi ngayithola njengoba zikhulunywa ngayo ngaphezulu. I-Hyundai esilver-ke i-i10 kanye ne-VW Polo e-grey yaye kade iqashwe uGwabeni, eyiqashwe kumuntu igama lakhe uSonwabile Bethuel Bani.
35. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the grey BMW belonged to Mr. Wesley Duga, who had given the car to Mr. Imran Khan for the purposes of firing it out. I attached a copy of a logbook of Wesley and a statement of the owner, Wesley Duka, as per Annexure KP2 and KP3 respectively. 36. Imran Khan then leased the vehicle to applicant 4, who kept and used the vehicle for his personal use due to some arrangements between himself and Mr. Khan. The vehicle was traced and seized on the 2nd of August 2023 in Manzimtoti area in possession of a white couple who informed me that they purchased the vehicle from Mr. Caleb Naidu. I obtained a statement from Mr. Noseworthy in this regard, a copy of which was given to me. I followed up on this information and Mr. Naidu furnished a statement indicating that the vehicle was given to him by applicant 4 Kwabeni. 37. I obtained a statement from Caleb Naidu, a copy of which was given to me, who informed that during May 2023, applicant 4 Kwabeni brought the vehicle to him to fix as he was a mechanic. The repairs amounted to 22,500 rands. Applicant 4 informed him that the amount is too high and he has spent too much on this vehicle already, and the owner of the vehicle, Imran Duka, owes him an amount of 140,000 rands and left the BMW with him as a collateral. 38. Applicant 4 Kwabeni further informed him that the said owner has not paid him the said amount for the past 4 years and told him to sell the car or lease it to recover his monies owed. Mr. Naidu, as by instruction of applicant 4, sold the vehicle to the white couple indicated in above. Therefore, applicant 4 Kwabeni gave instructions for the disposal of the vehicle that did not belong to him. I was surprised when the applicant 4 Kwabeni showed up in my office with his attorney, the late Mr. Bongani Cele. They both offered to give me an explanation regarding this grey BMW. A statement was obtained from applicant 4 Kwabeni in the presence of his attorney as they insisted on giving the explanation. I attached the copy of the said statement as per Annexure KP4. I wish to pause there, Your Worship. I will read the statement on the record, Annexure KP4, but my colleague can just interpret.
Ukuqhubeka kophenyo ke kwabe sekuyatholakala ukuthi ke iBMW le egrey umnikazi wayo kwaku Mr. Wesley Duka owayekade ke eyinikeze imoto eyinikeza ku Imran Khan ukuthi ke ku Imran Khan aqashise ngayo. Kukhona ke ilogbook ke exhunyiwe khona la ephuma ke kuyena uWesley Duka njengomnikazi wemoto. Imran Khan yena wabeke seqashisa ngemoto ke eqashisela ke applicant 4 owayethena ke imoto ke uzoyisebenzisa yena njengesivumelwano sakhe phakathi kwakhe no Mr. Khan. Imoto ke lena ke yabeke ke seyatracewa ke itholakala ngomhla ka2 August 2023 endaweni yaseManzimtoti. Ihamba ke abantu abathandanayo ababili ababelungu ababesebeyachaza ukuthi imoto bayithenge ku Mr. Caleb Naidu. Ngabe sengithola ke statement esiphuma ku Mr. Noseworthy ngalokhu ke ngase ngiyalandela ke kuleyo information ngathola ke ukuthi uMr. Naidu wabhala noma kunikeza istatement echaza ukuthi ke imoto lena wayeyithathe ku applicant number 4 uGwabeni. Istatement engasithola ku Caleb Naidu ke ikhona futhi icopy khona la wangichazela ukuthi ke ngo May 2023 uGwabeni wathenga waletha imoto kuyena ukuthi azoyilungisa njengoba ke ewumakhenika. Ukulungiswa kwale moto ke kwaseke ukuthi ke kudingeka imali engango 22,500 rand. Applicant 4 Gwabeni waseyamtshela ukuthi ke leyo mali inkulu kakhulu, iningi imali kaseyisebenzisile ukulungisa le moto. Phezu kwalokho ke futhi ke umnikazi wale moto Imran Duka uyamkweleta imali engango 140,000 waseke wamnikeza le BM ukuthi ke ayigcine njengoba ke engakwazanga ukumkhokhela. uGwabeni ke kuthiwa bese yaphinda ke echazela umseshi ukuthi ke echazela yena lo muntu ukuthi umnikazi ke wemoto le abengakomkhokheli le mali amkoleta yona iminyaka ewu4 yonke isidlulile. ngakumkhokheli wabese ethi-ke akayidayise le moto noma aqashise ngayo ukuze-ke kuzobuya imali yakhe le akweletwa yona. uMr Naidu-ke njengokusho kwaGwabeni-ke uthi kwabe-ke esenza njengoba eshilo ukuthi-ke imoto ayidayise-ke nabantu-ke abayithenga. uGwabeni uyena-ke owathe imoto ake ithathwe idayiswe isuke-ke kulo muntu lo wayekade inikeze yena. Ngabe-ke sengiyathuka uma ngabe kufika uGwabeni ema-ofisi ami ehamba nommeli wakhe ongasekho emhlabeni uBongani Cele, bobabili-ke bafika bezongizama ukunginikeza incazelo mayelana nemoto le egrey eyi-BMW. Kwabhalwa phansi istatement ngalelo langa sibhala uGwabeni ehamba nommeli wakhe njengoba-ke babethi bafuna ukukunikeza incazelo. Istatement leso sikhona lapha sixhunyilwe su-annexure KP4.
KP4, annexure KP4. Mziwatemba Heavy Gwabeni states under oath in English, I am an adult African male with identity number 88082156100088, 35 years old, currently residing at 1 North Road, Cowes Hill, Pinetown, and currently as the director of Gwabs Constructions. Gwabs Mining, situated at Emelo, Mpumalanga, and in partnership with BT NG EPS Security Company, with cell phone number 078-389-8607, with the wife's number 081. Your Worship, just before I proceed, I discussed the issue with my learned colleagues that we are not going to read the cell phone numbers of the wives and relatives on the record, Your Worship.
It may be dangerous.
Yes, it may be dangerous, Your Worship.
Dangerous. I support the idea of,
Yes, Your Worship.
of not reading out.
Yes.
But the wife is not
Put the
involved
wife,
in
the
this
wife
matter.
is not involved.
So let's keep her out.
Yes.
You agree, Mr. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. About a year or two ago, I met a person by the name of Caleb by chance. I was driving an Isuzu double cab van and he took a notice of it. He then approached me and we started talking. He told me that he was a mechanic and he services all makes of cars. I told him that I was in a construction business and also owned a security business. We exchanged cell phone numbers and we departed. Paragraph 3. After a few weeks, I contacted Caleb and asked him to repair one of my vehicles, which he did. After that instance, I took all my vehicles, which was out of warrant, to him for service and repairs. I liked him because his prices were reasonable and affordable. Caleb's cell phone number -- and his workshop is in Chatsworth. I know a person by the name of Dave Zuma with a cell phone number. Dave Zuma used to advertise vehicles on his WhatsApp. In year 2021, I saw a CX-90 black Volvo advertised on his WhatsApp. I was interested in the vehicle and contacted him. We made arrangements to meet so that I could see the vehicle. Dove told me to meet him at 12th Avenue in Morningside. I proceeded to 12th Avenue and met him at cul-de-sac on the 12th Avenue. Whilst there, Dove called another person and Dove told me that this person will be coming with a Volvo. We waited for about 10 minutes and I noticed the black Volvo turning into 12th Avenue. The vehicle stopped next to us and I noticed the Indian male jumped off the Volvo using a Muslim outfit. He introduced himself as Imran to me. We spoke. He told me that the Volvo was owned by the bank, but if I pay 450,000 rands, the vehicle will be paid off. I knew that this was a bargain because the vehicle is worth around 1.5 million rands. Imran told me that I must pay 150 in 3 months or pay monthly installments of 18,500 rands per month. Right there and then I told him I wanted the vehicle. Imran told me that I must pay Dove a commission of 10,000 rands and the remainder of 140,000 rands must be paid into his account. He gave me his FNB account number and Dove gave me his Capitec account number. I transferred the monies same time to their accounts from my Standard Bank account, which is my business account for construction businesses. We waited till the monies were cleared. Then I took possession of the Volvo. He told me that I would get the logbook once the balance of monies were received.
Since this involves him only. Your Worship, I'm instructed by the accused that it's not necessary to, yes.
Okay, fine.
Well,
Thank you.
it purports to be his statement, so we accept.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, please. Thank you.
A few days later, I was driving the Volvo to Emelo. Whilst en route, the Volvo broke down just after Howick. I called Imran and told him what had happened. He told me that I must take the car to Volvo PMP since the car was still under warranty. I then towed the vehicle to PMP Volvo and booked it in under my name. They told me that they were going to check what was wrong with the vehicle and give me a call. Volvo got in contact with me and told me that the car was out of warranty and the repairs to the vehicle must be paid in cash. I contacted Imran and he told me that he would communicate with Volvo. I told Imran that I needed another car to use while the Volvo was being repaired. Imran promised to give me another car, but he didn't adhere to his promises. I contacted him for a few months to get my monies back. Imran started to avoid me. In September or October 2022, Dove contacted me and told me that he had a BMW for me. I told him to bring the car to my home. Dove told me to give him 40,000 rands cash deposit and pay 9,800 rands in installments. He told me that the car belongs to Imran. Once he told me that, I knew it was my chance to get my monies out of Imran since he owed me 150,000 rands for the Volvo. I paid 40,000 rands into Dove's Capitec account and told him to bring the BMW to my home. Dove came to my home with a grey 520D BMW. I noticed that the back bumper was broken off, the car had dents, the right side mirror was out. After I took possession of the BMW 520D with the registration number ND300731, I told Dove that I was not going to pay Imran any monies and I was going to take this BMW as compensation for my monies owed to me. The next day, I took the car for repairs to Pest Panel Peters in Pinetown. He replaced the back bumper, repaired the dents and scratches, painted the rims black and tinted the windows. I paid 35,000 rands for the repairs. After a month or two, I was given back the car. Less than a week later, the gearbox broke. I took it to RDG in Pinetown for repairs. The vehicle was booked in for a month and it costed me 74,000 rands for repairs. I then started using the vehicle for my personal use. In May 2023, I then had a problem with the transmission and the diff. I took the vehicle to Caleb for repairs. He repaired the vehicle and came with a bill of 22,000 rands. I told Caleb that I was sick of this vehicle and that he can do whatever he wants to do with this vehicle to recover his money since the vehicle was not on my name anyway. Caleb then took the possession of the vehicle on Wednesday, the 2nd of August, 2023. Caleb called me and told me that the police had seized the motor vehicle. On Thursday, I went to the police and told them how I came in possession of the BMW 520D with the registration number ND300731. I gave my statement to the police on Friday, the 4th of August, 2023, signed, Your Worship, by the applicant. If I may proceed also, Worship, to the main one. Thank you, Worship. 39. After Annexure KP4 was obtained, it was later established that applicant for Kwabene was already in possession of Caleb Naidu and Mr. Noseworthy's statement prior to him showing up in my office and finishing his statement. 40. My team and I are of the view that the available evidence contained in Police Docket Barrier Case 8502-2023 proves that the suspects Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, Dave Malusi Ndimande, also known as MJ, Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande, also known as Lindo Applicant 5, Lindokuhle Tabani Mkwana's Applicant 1, also known as Tabani, Edimieza, also known as Applicant 3, and Mzwe Temba Heavy Kwabeni, Applicant 4, conspired to unlawfully and intentionally murder the deceased. The evidence is strong and there are good prospects of success that will support a conviction of 2 counts of murder and other charges mentioned in the charge sheet against the suspect. 41. Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, and Dave Malusi Ndimande, also known as Jay, were arrested in Eswatini on the Saturday, 24th of February 2024, around 4 o'clock in the morning. Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande, also known as Lindo, had left Eswatini prior to police arrival.
Emveni kokuthi ke kutholakale ke an extra KP4 statement lesi sagwabeni ngabe sekuyabonakala ukuthi ke ku-applicant 4 ugwabeni wayesekade ke eyibonile i-statement zika Caleb Naidu kanye no Mr Nosworthy ngaphambi kokuthi kafike ofisini lami azokunika statement sakhe. Mina nethimba lami ke sinombono othi kunobufakazi ke obukhona ke esibutholile kule docket obukhombisayo ngokuphelele ukuthi ke abasolwa uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngoNxele, uDave Malusi Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ, uLindokuhle Mhlalisani Ndimande uapplicant number 5 owaziwa ngelikaLindo, noLindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi uapplicant number 1 owaziwa ngegama likaThabani, uEddie Siyanda Miyeza kanye noMziwe Themba Harry Gwabeni uapplicant number 4. Laba ke bahlangana ke bahlela ukuthi ke ngokungekho emthethweni nokungenhloso futhi ke bazobulala ke abafi laba abafa. Ubufakazi bukhona futhi ke buqinile. Phezulu kwalokho ke akhona amathuba amaningi ukuthi ke sizophumelela ngokuthi ke sibashushise kulamacala amabili ke okubulala kanye namanye amacala abhalwe kwi-charge sheet. uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande Nxele no Dave Malusi Ndimande umJ baboshwa ke eSwatini ngomhla ka 24 February 2024 kuumgqibelo ngo4 eNtatha. uLindokuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande uLindo wayekade ke esehambile eSwatini ngaphambi kokuthi kufike amaphoyisa.
Arrest of the applicants. 42. Applicant 1 Tabane was initially arrested under the docket Amanzimtoti Case 126 of 11/2022. He applied for his release on bail. The state opposed same. He was granted bail as indicated in his affidavit. His arrest for this matter is discussed later in this affidavit. My team and I deny that he was assaulted during the initial and the latest arrest. 43. At the time of his initial arrest, he was interviewed regarding the Manzimtoti matter. No reference was made in that interview for this present matter. No confession was made by applicant 1 Tabane in any of these matters. 44. Applicant 2 Shisela was arrested and charged under docket barrier case 5303 of 2023. It is explained later in this affidavit how he was arrested in Gauteng area. My team and I did not assault him. He was very cooperative at the time. He even made a confession to the murder charges under that docket to a commissioned officer based in Gauteng who is unknown to us and not linked to the investigation of any of the matters my team and I are investigating. 45. What is mentioned in his affidavit before this honorable court regarding the taxi violence, the killing of his family members and the revenge attacks is indicated in the said confession. 46. In the current matter, he was arrested whilst in custody for the matter mentioned herein above. He was already legally represented. There were no assaults, torture or threats upon him.
Applicant number 1 uThabani waboshwa ke kokuqala Kwidokhethi ke lingaphansi kwasemanzini Toti, ucase number 12611 of 2022, wafaka isicelo sebheyili enkantolo. Isicelo sebheyili sakhe ke sasikade ke siphikiswa abombuso. Inkantolo yamnikeza ibheyili njengoba ke bhalile kweyakhe affidavit. Ukuboshwa kwakhe ke kuleli cala leli ngizobuye ngikhulume ngakho kuyona le affidavit. Ithimba lami kanye nami ke siyaphika ukuthi ke samshaya ngalesikhathi ke eboshwe kokuqala nangalesikhathi seboshwe leli cala leli. Ngesikhathi ke eboshwe leli cala lokuqala ke wakhuluma noma amaphoyisa interviewer mayelana necala leli lasemanzini Toti. Kukho esambuza kona mayelana naleli cala leli abhekene nalo manje, futhi ke ayikho ke la agonyuluka khona wavuma leli cala. Uthabani ke noma kwamanye amacala abandakanyana kuyona. Applicant 2 ushisela waboshwa ke wabhekana necala ke laseBrea, ucase number 5303 of 2023. Kuyachazwa kabanzi ke kuyona le affidavit ukuthi waboshwa kanjani eseGoli. Mina nethimba lami asizange simbeke isandla, yena ke wayekusebenzisana kakhulu nathi ngaso sonke isikhathi. Phezu kwalokho ke wagonyuluka ke emacaleni ke evuma amacala ke okubulala kuleli elinye icala, kuleli linye idokhethi, evuma phambi kwelinye iphoyisa elifungeliwe laseGoli elingazani nathi, futhi ke lingabandakanyeki kuleli cala noma kulethimba ke eliphenya ngaleli cala leli esibhekene nalo manje. Okukhona ke kuyakhe affidavit ke eyabekwa phambi kwenkantolo mayelana ke nodlame lasemateksini nokubulawa kwemndeni kwamalunga omndeni wakhe ke, nokuthi ke khona babeziphindiselela. Konke lokho ke wakhuluma ngakho ngalesikhathi egonyuluka kulelo phoyisa laseGoli. Kulolu cala leli ke abhekene nalo manje ke waboshwa ngalesikhathi ke esangaphakathi eDoksini kuleli elinye icala esikhulume ngalo la ngaphezulu. Wayevele esenabameli ke abammele kukhona kulelo cala lelo, akukho noyedwa owambeka isandla futhi akekho umuntu owamsongela.
47. In relation to applicant 380, it has been indicated how he was initially arrested for unlawful possession of a firearm and also under the Mayville docket. He, for this matter and the Barrier Case 5303 year 2023 matter, was arrested while in custody for the Mayville matter. He was already legally represented. He was never assaulted, threatened, or tortured during the interviews for the different matters. 48. The arrest of applicant 4 Gwabeni is also discussed later in this affidavit. He was also never assaulted, threatened, or tortured in any manner. My team and I further deny that during the raid of applicant 4 Gwabeni's house, people were assaulted and or threatened. Entry was gained in a lawful manner as usually used when looking for a suspect in order to arrest. 49. Applicant 5 Lindo was, as discussed later in this affidavit, thought to be in Swaziland at the time the warrant of the arrest of the applicants were applied for. He formed part of the request to Eswatini for the provisional arrest of those believed to have been there. He was later traced to his home where he could not be found. My team and I deny threatening his mother and or showing her a place or a grave where he will be buried if killed. He was also never assaulted, threatened, and or tortured in any manner.
Applicant number 3 u-80 ke kuye kwashiwa ke ukuthi ngalesikhathi ke eboshwa ekuqaleni eboshelwa ke kutholakala ephethe isibhamu ngongekho emthethweni ngedokhethi lase-Mayville. La yena ku-80 ke kule cala laseBrea case number 5303 of 2023 waboshwa ngalesikhathi ke sangaphakathi esitoksini ke etokele lecala lase-Mayville. Wayesevele ke enommeli ke ommele kulelo cala lelo, akaze athintwe, akaze abekwe isandla, akaze futhi asongelwe noma ke kube khona abamshayayo. Ngalesikhathi ke ebhekene namaphoyisa ke impheka ngimbuzo kuwona wonke lamacala lawa. Ukuboshwa kukaGwabeni nakho ke kuke kwakhulunywa kuzokhulunywa kabanzi kuyona le affidavit le. wakaze naye abekwe isandla akaze asongelwe akekho umuntu wakwamshaya. Mina nethimba lami-ke futhi siyaphika ukuthi ngalesikhathi-ke siya kwakhe ugabeni siyombheka, siyaphika ukuthi kukhona umuntu esake samshaya noma esamsongela ngalelo langa-ke sangena ngendlela esemthethweni ejwayelekile uma ngabe kuyobhekwa umsolwa ukuze azoboshwa. Number 5, uLindo naye kuzokhulunywa kabanzi ukuthi waboshwa kanjani kuyona le affidavit. Ekuqaleni sasicabanga ukuthi-ke kuseSwatini ngalesikhathi-ke kukhishwa-ke izincwadi ezigunyaza ukuthi-ke abasolwa baboshwe. Yena-ke omunye wabantu sasifaka isicelo sokuthi-ke ayolandwa noma ayoboshwa-ke eSwatini ngaleso sikhathi. Mina nethimba lami-ke siyaphika ukuthi safika lapha kubo sasongela uma wakhe samtshengisa-ke indawo la azomenzela khona ithuna uma ngabe-ke esebulewe, akaze abekwe isandla, akaze athinte umuntu, akaze asongelwe.
Evidence against the applicants. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi, 50. The shooting scene was attended by the local criminal record center members, and they, amongst other exhibits, uplifted 6 9mm cartridge cases, 2 from one firearm and 4 from another firearm. This is consistent with the video footage where the suspect is seen with pistols. 51. The state is in possession of witness statements implicating the applicant in the commission of this offense. The witness and the scientific evidence indicate that the applicant was present when the white Mercedes and the firearms were handed back after the murders were committed. The evidence further suggests that Malusi Dave Mj is the first shooter who actually fired shots at the first deceased, aka 52. The current analysis of the cellular phone record suggests that shortly before the shooting of the deceased, the occupants in the grey VW Polo, after it dropped off applicant 5 Lindo outside the Wish restaurant, were Ngele and applicant 2 Shisela. The occupants in the white Mercedes-Benz were applicant 1 Thabani, applicant 4 Gwabeni and Mj. 53. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms used were picked up. Thereafter, the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense, and at Umlazi when the Mercedes and the firearms were returned after the murder. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of the crime scene at 2200 hours 17 minutes 50 seconds. The murder occurred at 2200 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds. 54. The applicant also received a sum of 133,000 rands on the 11th of February 2023 at the same time, and together with his co-accused and other individuals linked to this case. 100,000 was transferred into his bank account and 33,000 was transferred into his wife Lengwe Mkhwanazi's bank account. The cash was transferred from the applicants for Mzwetemba Evikwabeni FNB account on the 11th of February.
Ubufakazi-ke kuzokhuluma ngabo manje. Qala ngo-applicant number 1 uLindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi. Laphayana okwadutshulwa khona-ke kwashona-ke abafi lana kwafika kochwepheshe bezoliqokelela bonke ubufakazi-ke khona lapho kwabe sekutholakala-ke ama-cartridge atholakala awu-6 kanye namanye amabili-ke iphuma-ke kwesinye sezibhamu. Konke-ke lokhu-ke kuthiwa kuyahambiselana-ke nevidiyo ebonakalayo la kubonakala khona abasola bephethe ibhamu. Uphiko lombuso-ke kuthiwa-ke baney'tatimenti-ke ezifaka-ke u-applicant number 1-ke ekubandakanyeni kuleli cala leli. Ufakazi abakhona-ke ofakazi abakhona kanye nabanye-ke ososayensi abakhona-ke abaletha ubufakazi-ke obukhombisayo ukuthi-ke uyabandakanyeka ecaleni. Applicant kuthiwa wayekade ekhona ngalesikhathi i-Mercedes kanye nezibhamu zinikezelwa emveni kokuthi-ke kwenziwe ubugebengu. Khona ubufakazi futhi obukhombisayo ukuthi-ke uMalusi Dave Ndimande, owaziwa ngegama lika MJ, uyena ke owadubula kuqala owadubula ke isibhamu lesi esadubula umufi aka bese ke number 52 kubhala ukuthi ke njengamanje ke ubufakazi bama-cellphone bukhombisa ukuthi kafishane nje ngaphambi kokuthi ke kudutshulwe umufi ke abantu abekade besemotweni eGrey AVW Polo emveni kokuthi ke yehlise uapplicant number 5 uLindo ngaphandle kwaleya restaurant iWish kanye kwakhona uNxele noapplicant number 2 uShisela. Abantu labo ababekade besemotweni eyiMercedes Benz kwakhona applicant number 1 uThabani kanye noapplicant number 4 uGwabeni kanye noMJ. Ama-cellphone ke ama-record ama-cellphone kuthiwa ayakubeka kuleya ndawo yase-Jacobs la imoto le eyeMercedes kwakuyona kwakhanjwa ngayo kanye nezibhamu ke zathathwa khona. Emveni kwalokho futhi kama-record e-cellphone akubeka endaweni la kwenzeka khona isigameko noma la kwenziwa khona ubugebengu. Aphinde futhi ama-record e-cellphone akubeke eMlazi ngalesikhathi ke kukhona iMercedes kanye nezibhamu sezibuyiselwa emveni kokuthi ke kwenziwe ubugebengu. Cellphone record yakho iyakufaka endaweni ke isigameko lesi ke senziwa ngo-10 wasebusuku. Record lakho le-cellphone likhombisa ukuthi awukuleya ndawo ngabo-10 wasebusuku. Kuthiwa emveni kwalokho applicant number 1 waphinde wathola-ke imali engango-133,000 rand ngomhla ka-11 February ngesikhathi esisodwa kanye nabanye obhekene nabo ababhekene necala elifana nalelo obhekene nalo. 100,000 rand wafakwa kwi-account yakho yaka-Standard Bank. U-33,000 rand wafakwa kwi-account yankosikazi wakho uHlengiwe Mkhwanazi kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec. Leyo mali leyo yayisuka-ke kwi-account yaMziwethemba Harvey Gwabeni, i-account yakhe yakwa-FNB kwakumhla ka-11 February 2023.
55. Based on what is stated herein above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail. Applicant 2, Lindani Zenzele Shisela Ndimande. 56. The state is in possession of a witness statements implicating the applicant in the commission of this offense. The witness and the scientific evidence indicate that the applicant was present when the white Mercedes Benz and the firearms were picked up at Jacobs prior to the murder and handed back in Umlazi after the murder. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of the crime scene at 2200 hours 19 minutes and 6 seconds. The murder occurred at 2200 hours 21 minutes and 7 seconds. 57. There is evidence implicating applicant 2 Shisela as a person who gave instructions how the firearms should be dealt with after the shooting, and that the removal of the number or registration plate of the white Mercedes Benz when the firearms and the vehicle were returned. 58. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes Benz, was picked up. Thereafter, at the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense, and at Umlazi when the Mercedes Benz and the firearms were returned after the murder. 59. The applicant together and at the same time with his co-accused and then demanded brothers in Swaziland received a sum of 133,000 into his bank accounts on the 11th of February 2023, the day after the murder. 100,000 was transferred into his FNB account and 33,000 was transferred into his Capitec account. The cash was transferred from applicants' forms were tempered with Gwabeni FNB account on the 11th February 2023. 60. Based on what is stated herein above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Shisela Ndimande uphiko lombuso ke luphethe ofakazi ke ney'statement esiphuma kofakazi ke abakhombisa ukuthi wawukade ukhona ngalesikhathi kwenzeka ke bonke lobu bugebengu. Ofakazi ke laba ke luyakhombisa ukuthi wawukhona ngalesikhathi ke kufika kukhona iMercedes le yayilandwa ke kanye nezibhamu zilandwa eJacobs ngaphambi kokuthi ke kwenza ubugebengu yaphinde futhi ke kwabuyelwa eMlazi seziphindiswa lezi zinto lezi emveni kokuthi ke kwenziwe lobugebengu. Cellphone ke ya applicant number 2 ushisela ikhombisa ke noma iyamfaka endaweni yesigameko iyambeka khona ngesikhathi kwenzeka leso sigameko iyadonsa khona laphayana ngo-19 minutes past 10 kanti ke ubugebengu noma ke umufi wabulawa ngo-21 minutes past 10 ebusuku. Ukhona ubufakazi ke obukhombisayo noma butshengisa ukuthi ushisela umuntu ke okuyena owakhipha ke umyalelo wokuthi ke izibhamu lezi ke kufuneka kwenziweni ngazo nanokuthi ke ama number plate emoto kumele ashintshwe kanjani nokuthi ke imoto kanye nezibhamu zobuyiselwa kanjani emuva. Cellphone ke ya applicant number 2 iyambeka endaweni ke yase Jacobs la imoto ke iyalandwa khona kanye nezibhamu zithathwa khona imbeka nasendaweni yesigameko kanye ke nasendaweni yaseMlazi ngalesikhathi ke sekubuyiselwa uMercedes Benz kanye nezibhamu zibuyiselwa emveni kokuthi kwenziwe lobugebengu o-applicant kanye ke nabanye ngesikhathi esisodwa nalaba abaseswatini bathola imali engango-133,000 rand. Wayithola ke le mali kuma-account akhe ngomhla ka-11 February 2023 ngakusasa emveni ke kwenziwe ke isigameko lesa yawo 100,000 rand wafaka i-account yakhe yakwa-FNB kwaseke ke u-33,000 rand wafaka i-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec. Imali lena yatransferwa ke isuka ku-applicant 4 uMziwethemba uHavi Gwabeni i-account yakhe yakwa-FNB kwakumhla ka-11 February 2023. Ngakho konke lokho ke sengikubhalela ngaphezulu ke ngiyafisa ukusho enkantolo ukuthi ke uphiko lombuso unobufakazi ke obugcwele ke futhi obuqinile obukhombisa ukuthi kunecala kufuneka siphendulele kulona. Phezu kwalokho kayikho izimo angaziletha enkantolo ke ezingakhombisa ukuthi kubulungiswa ukuthi athole ibail.
Applicant 3, Siyanda Edimiers, 61. The state is in possession of witness statements implicating the applicant in the involvement of this offense. The witnesses state that the applicant had supplied the firearms in the white Mercedes Benz to his co-accused prior to the murder. 62. The applicant was conducted by Siyabonga Gezani Demand, also known as Nxele, at approximately 2000 hours 2 minutes 48 seconds, whereby a request and the subsequent arrangements were made for the white Mercedes Benz and the firearms to be handed over to Nxele at the Jacobs of Ram. 63. On the 21st of April 2023, I was informed that he was arrested under docket Peggy-Temba Case 138/04/2023 for unlawful possession of a Norinco pistol with the serial numbers filed off. He was arrested a few months after the killing of both deceased and after the Mercedes Benz and the murder weapons were returned back to him. This firearm was forwarded to Forensic Science Laboratory Ballistics, and it was established that the said Norinco pistol found in his possession is positively and ballistically linked to the 2 nickel spent cartridges found next to the first deceased, Kenan Jared Forbes, also known as AKA. 64. On the 13th of October 2023, Edimiers was arrested on the Mayville Case 26/05/2022, wherein his fingerprints were found on a getaway vehicle that was used to commit the murder. In the said vehicle, cellular phones and 9mm spent cartridges were found. The cartridges found on the Mayville docket were compared by the FSL ballistics and confirms a ballistic match indicating that it was fired from the same firearm as the 4 9mm spent cartridges that were found on the scene of the murder of the first Kenan Jared Forbes, aka, and the second Tabelo Eugene Mutswane Tibz, deceased in Beriacas 8502-2023. 65. Based on what is stated here in above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Lo mbuso ke siyanda 18 years ake bathi ke banofakazi kanye nestatement ezikufakayo kuleli cala leli ukuthi kuyabandakanyeka ofakazi laba ke noma istatement isikhomba ukuthi 18 years ake uyena owakhipha ke izibhamu kanye nemoto le iMercedes ukuthi ke isetshenziswe ke abanye abasolwa ngaphambi kokuthi ke kwenzeke ubugebengu. Edimeza kuthiwa wafonelwa uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngoNxele ngekhathi ke ezingabo 8:02 wasebusuku lapho ke ayekade ecela ke ukuthi ke kwenziwe amalungiselelo ukuthi ke kutholakale le Mercedes le kanye nezibhamu ukuze ke zonikezelwa yena eJacobs of rent yakhona. Mhla ka 21 April 2022 ngabe ke sengiba nolwazi lokuthi ke uboshiwe kwi-docket yaseBheki Themba ke eboshelwa kutholakala ephethe ke ibhamu noma isibhamu ngokungekho emthethweni. Wabeke seyaboshwa ke emveni kwezinyanga ke ezimbalwa ke eboshelwa lona leli cala leli asebhekene nalo. Lokhu ke kwenzeka emveni kokuthi ke uMercedes kanye ke nezikhali lezi zibuyiselwe kuyena. Isibhamu leso ke sabe siyahanjiswa ukuthi ke siyohlolwa ochwepheshe bakhona kwase kutholakala ukuthi ke leso sibhamu leso osuhlobo leNorinco ke satholakala ke ku-Edimieza. Lesi sibhamu lesi ke siyamesha ke ama-cartridge lawa okuthiwa atholakala emveni kokuthi ke kwenzeke lesi sigameko lesi ngomhla ka 13 October 2023 Edimieza waboshwa eMayville ku-case number 2605/2022 lapho ke kwatholakala khona ama-fingerprint akhe emotweni thizeni okwakuthiwa kwakubalekwa ngayo emveni kokuthi ke kwenziwe icala. Leyo moto leyo yatholakala khona ama-cellphone kanye nama-cartridge esibhamu esohlobo le-9mm. Lawo ma-cartridge atholakala ke kule docket yaseMayville nakhona aqhathaniswa ke ochwepheshe bakhona kwase kuyatholakala ukuthi ke uyamesha nama-cartridge atholakala ngalesikhathi ke kubulawa abafi kuleli cala leli. Ngakho konke ke esengikushilo la ngaphezulu ke ngiyafisa ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi ke umbuso unecala liqinile okufuneka uziphendulela kulona futhi azikho izimo angaziletha enkantolo ezingenza ukuthi kube ubulungiswa ukuthi athole ibail.
Applicant 4 Mzwethemba Gwabeni 66. The grey BMW with registration ND30731 that followed AKA and his entourage from King Shaka Airport to the Hilton Hotel was in possession of applicant 4 at the time. The evidence indicates that he was the driver at the time. His cellular phone records is also consistent with the movement of the BMW as well as a visual payment of the parking. The vehicle was seized and statements were obtained from witnesses implicating applicant 4 as being in possession of the grey BMW at the time of the incident. 67. He paid for a parking at the airport using his visual card around the same time AKA was leaving the airport. The BMW can be seen on video footage following AKA through the airport toll gate and can also be seen on footage passing the Hilton Hotel in seconds prior the arrival of AKA and his entourage. The applicant's cellular phone records consist with him being at the airport and Hilton Hotel.
Applicant number 4 Mzwethemba Gwabeni imoto ke egrey BMW enenumber plate ND 300-731 le ekuthiwa yalandela u-AKA kanye nethimba lakhe besuka eKing Shaka Airport beze beyofika eHilton Hotel. Leyo moto leyo kuthiwa ke kwakuya Gwabeni ke ekuyona ngaso sonke leso sikhathi. Ubufakazi ke bukhombisa ukuthi ke uyena wayekade eshayela imoto ngaleso sikhathi. Iselula lakhe ama-record ke ayambeka ke kuleyo ndawo kanye nokuthi ke ambeka kuleyo ndawo nala kwakuhamba khona imoto eyi-BMW kanye ke nokuthi wakhokha nge-cellphone ekhokhela iparking imoto lena ke yathathwa ney'statement zatholakala kofakazi bemfaka applicant number 4 njengomuntu ke kwakuyena onale moto i-grey BMW ngaleso sikhathi nangalelo langa. Wakhokhela ke i-parking khona lapha e-airport esebenzisa ki-virtual card esefonini yakhe ngesikhathi ke esifanayo esicishe sifane nangalesikhathi u-AKA ehamba e-airport. I-BMW le iyabonakala kwi-video footage ilandela u-AKA kusukela e-airport kuze kuyofika kuleya toll gate. Iyabonakala futhi kuyona i-footage leyo idlula ngase Hilton Hotel imizuzwana ngaphambi kokuthi ke kufike u-AKA kanye nethimba lakhe. I-cellphone ke ya applicant iyabonakala futhi kuyambeka ekutheni abesendaweni efanayo nomufi e-airport kanye nase Hilton Hotel. I-cellphone ya applicant ama-record ayambeka endaweni ke noma endaweni esondelene nase Jacobs la imoto le ekwakubaleka ngayo. I jumped the gun, I'm sorry.
68. The applicant's cellular records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes-Benz, and the firearms were picked up. Thereafter, at the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense, and at Umlazi when the Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were returned after the murder. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of the crime scene at 2200 hours, 17 minutes and 50 seconds. The murder occurred at 2200 hours, 21 minutes and 7 seconds. Applicant for Gwaben also used his visual card at around 2300 hours, 25 minutes at Umlazi Caltex Nela Kahle filling station situated in Umlazi W section, which is close to where the vehicles were returned. 69. Evidence collected also implicates applicant 4 as the person who hired the grey VW Polo with registration number NUR 59728 and the silver Hyundai i10 with registration number NUR 38078 during the relevant times of these incidents. Both vehicles can be placed at Jacobs off-ramp. The coordinates for the vehicles place them in close proximity with each other. When the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were handed over, the Polo was used as a spotter vehicle in this case. 70. It was further established from the bank records of applicant 4 Kwabeni that on the 11th of February 2023 at approximately 1400 hours, he received an amount of 803,000 rands, 455 rands. Cellular phone records of applicant 4 show that prior to the money being deposited, a call is made by him to a number linked to Mr. Sidney Mfunda Taba. Shortly after this call, an amount of 803,455 rand is transferred to the bank account of the applicant. The bank statements are attached to in his affidavit, but not showing the period of these transactions.
Ama-record cellphone ya-applicant ayambeka-ke endaweni esondelene nase-Jacobs la imoto le Mercedes kanye nebhamu zalandwa khona. Emveni kwalokho kuye iyambeka endaweni la kwenzeka khona isigameko. Imbeka nasendaweni yasemlazi ngalesikhathi-ke i-Mercedes-Benz kanye nebhamu zibuyiselwa khona emveni kokuthi-ke kubulawe. Ama-cellphone record-ke ayambeka futhi-ke endaweni-ke noma esondelene nendawo yesigameko esenzeka ambeka ngesikhathi esika-17 minutes past 10. Icala leli kuthiwa lenzeka ngo-21 minutes past 10. Applicant number 4 Gwabeni wasebenzisa ikhadi lakhe lesefonini ngezikhathi ngabo 25 minutes past 11 emlazi ka-Caltex Nela Kahle eka-W emlazi eseduze kakhulu nala imoto ezabuyiselwa khona. Ubufakazi-ke obuqokelekile khombisa ukuthi-ke applicant 4 uyena umuntu waqasha-ke imoto eyipolo egrey ne-number plate NUR 59728 kanye ne-Hyundai i10 ene-number plate NUR 38078 ngaleso sikhathi noma ngalezo yikhathi kwenzeka-ke iyigameko lezi zombili lezi iy'moto lezi ziyabekwa noma-ke khona ubufakazi obukhombisa zazisendaweni-ke yase-Jacob off ramp yakhona ngey'khathi-ke ezicishe zifane futhi zisondelene kakhulu ndawonye ngalesikhathi iMercedes emhlophe kanye nezibhamu ziyobuyiselwa. Ipholo eyayisetshenziswa-ke ukuthi kube yiyona-ke eqaphayo kuleli cala leli. Kwaphinde kwatholakala-ke kuma-record asebhenki applicant number 4 Gwabeni ukuthi ngomhlaka 11 February 2023 ngabe isikhathi zabo 2 emini wathola imali kwi-akhawunti yakhe engango-803,455 rand. Ma-record eselfoni akhombisa ukuthi applicant 4 ngaphambi kokuthi imali-ke ingene wafona efonela inamba-ke ekuthiwa-ke ilinke-ke ku-Mr. Sydney Mfunda Caba. Kwathi-ke kuphela-ke imizuzwana lapho-ke kwabe sekungena imali engango-803,455 rand. Leyo mali yangena kwi-akhawunti applicant 4. I-statement-ke sikhona la esikhombisayo-ke sikhona i-statement kwi-affidavit yakhe kodwa asikhombisi ikhathi nosuku ngalesikhathi kungenwa lezi imali lezi.
71. The money was transferred from the bank account of the company, Bright Circle Pty Ltd. According to the company records, Mr. Sydney Mfunda Caba is the sole director of this company. When the money was transferred, a reference was used as consult. This, we are of the view, was done to disguise the nature of the funds, as same is viewed to be payment for the shooting. My team and I are currently investigating the source of this and any other funds that may have been used for the planning and execution of these offenses. 72. Further, when applicant transferred these amounts as indicated herein above and herein under, he used the reference dividends. His company records do not indicate that any of the accused and then demanded brothers in Eswatini were shareholders in any of his companies. Therefore, they were not entitled to any dividends. We are of the view that this reference was used to disguise in order to hide the nature and the source thereof, hence the state preferred charges of money laundering. 73. The same day, around 1800 hours 22 minutes, Gwabeni transfers monies amounting to 665,000 rands to applicant 1, applicant 2, applicant 5, and 2 other suspects. 133,000 rands was transferred to Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni Demanders bank account. 133,000 rands was transferred to Dave Malusi Demanders bank account. 100,000 was transferred to Lindani Zenzelen Demanders FNB account, and 33,000 rands into his Capitec account. 100,000 was transferred to Lindokuhle Tabani Mkwanazi's Standard Bank account, and 33,000 was transferred to his spouse, Hlengwe Princess Mkwanazi's account. 33,000 rands was transferred to Siyabonga Gezani Demanders Capitec account, and 100,000 rands was transferred into an ABSA account. The remaining cash of 138,455 was retained by the applicant 4. Applicant 4 on the same day then transferred 96,000 rands in favor of St. Benedict School, where one of his children is attending. In the view of the analysis of all the applicants' accounts in this relevant period and that of applicant 4, this is the first large amount that is transferred to his account by the said company. There is no evidence at our disposal indicating any form of services he might have rendered to this company. 75. Based on what is stated herein above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Imali leyo kuthiwa ekade-ke iphuma kwi-account eregister kwinkampani ebizwa ngokuthi Bright Circle Pty Limited. Ngokwama-record enkampani, uMr. Sydney Mfunda Caba uyena-ke ophethe le nkampani yedwa, akekho omunye. Ngalesikhathi imali le i-transfer ke kwakade kukhona ke i-reference ayibhaliwe ithi consult. Lokhu ke sinombono ukuthi ke lokhu kwakwenza ukuthi ke bafihle igama lokuthi ke kade kwenziwani, ingakho kubhalwa ukuthi consult. Babengafuna ukuthi baveze ukuthi imali lena imali ababekhokhelana yona emveni kokuthi ke kudutshulwe. Mina nethimba lami njengamanje ke sisaqhubeka nophenyo ukuze ke sizothola ke umsuka wale mali, nokuthi ke kutholakale ezinye mhlambe izimali ezingenzeka ukuthi zasetshenziswa ngalesikhathi ke kwenziwa ke le plan yokuthi kwenziwe lecala leli. Phezu kwalokho ku-applicant lona wabe ke sefaka ke izimali njengoba ke sishilo ngaphezulu imali ezifakela ke laba abanye ke abasolwa. I-reference ayibhaliwe ibhala ukuthi ke dividends phecelezi izabelo. Inkampani yakhe nama-record akhona akhombisa ukuthi ke applicant ke laba abanye aboshwe nabo akekho noyedwa wabo ke abenza ibhizinisi nabo, nalaba baseSwatini futhi ababhaliwe enkampanini yakhe. Ngakho ke asiboni ukuthi ke wakhona ke kwakuze kumele akhokhelwe imali ebhalwe ukuthi ke izabelo eziphuma enkampanini. Sinombono wokuthi ke le reference lena yabhalwa lana kwakuyona ukuthi kufihlwe ukuthi ke imali eyani nokuthi ke bekade kwenziwani. Ingakho ke sibabeke ngecala lokushushumbiswa kwemali. Ngalo lona losuku lolu ngo-22 minutes past 6 uGwabeni utransfer imali ke elinganiselwa ku-665,000 iya ku-applicant 1, applicant 2, applicant 5 kanye nabanye abasolwa ababili. 133,000 rand wanikezelwa uLindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Standard Bank. 133,000 rand wona watransfera uDave Malusi Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yase-Capitec. 100,000 rand watransfera kuLindani Zenzele Ndimande FNB account kanye no-33,000 wangena kwi-account yakhe yaka-Capitec. 100,000 rand ke watransfera uLindo Kuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Standard Bank. U-33,000 wafakelwa ke unkosikazi wakhe uHlengiwe Princess Mkhwanazi kwi-Capitec account. U-33,000 wafakelwa uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec kanye no-100,000 rand wafakwa ke kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Absa. Le enye imali eyayikadisele engango-138,455 rand yona leyo mali leyo yasala kuyena ke uGwabeni. Applicant 4 ngalo lolo suku lelo wabeke sefaka imali engango-96,000 rand iya esikoleni iSt Benedict lapho ke eyodwa yey'ngane zakhe ifunda khona. Ngokuhlaziya kwethu konke ke lokhu ke ngalesi sikhathi lesi kwenzeka yonke lento, applicant 4 le mali le eningi kangaka kwakukuqala ivela kule nkampani le, akaze ngaphambilini kwenzeke. Akukho futhi ubufakazi obukhombisayo ukuthi ke kube khona umsebenzi awenzayo noma awenzela le nkampani le. Ngakho konke lokho sekushiwo la ngaphezulu ke umbuso ke unecala elikhona ekufuneka aziphendulele kulona eliqinile. Azikho izimo angayiveza lapha enkantolo ke ezingenza ukuthi inkantolo ivume nebheli.
Applicant 5 Lindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Lindo Ndimande 76. At around 1600 hours 39 minutes, Lindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Shark Spot in Umhlanga, which is close to Hilton Hotel. According to the tracking reports of the grey VW Polo, the registration number NUR 59728, which was used as a spotter vehicle, was at Umhlanga Rocks Drive at 1600 hours 40 minutes. From the above, it can be determined that Lindo Kuhle Ndimande was in the Polo that passed the Hilton Hotel. 77. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes, and the firearms were picked up thereafter at the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense. The applicant was dropped off by a grey VW Polo at Wish Restaurant at approximately 2100 hours 17 minutes. The applicant is captured on CCTV footage entering the restaurant and having a meal at the restaurant while AKA was inside the restaurant. He chose a spot where AKA and those in his company were in his sight. This is indicated on CCTV footage where he had to change seats while inside the restaurant. The applicant thereafter used his standard bank card to pay for his meal and drinks. He is also seen busy on his cellular phone while eating and looking at the direction of AKA and those in his company. 79. During the shooting outside the restaurant, other people ran away while others went outside to look. He remained inside and not shaken like others were. The applicant's cellular phone records places him in the vicinity of the crime scene between 2100 hours 17 minutes and 2200 hours 32 minutes. 80. The applicant also received a sum of 133,000 rands into his bank account on the 11th of February 2023, the day after the murder. The said bank account was opened by the applicant on the morning of the 10th of February 2023, the day of the murder. The cash was transferred from applicant's forms with Temba Heavy Gwabeni's FNB account on the 11th February 2023, 81. Based on what is stated here in above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Lindo kuhle mhlaliseni lindo on demand kuthiwa ke ngabo 1639 ngo-22:05 ntambama ulindo kuhle mhlaliseni demand ama record eselfone ke yambeka endaweni ke ye-Sharksboard eMhlanga esondelene ne-Hilton Hotel ngokwe report yaka tracker imoto egrey AVW NUR 59728 ayikade isetshenziswa ngokuthi ke kube khona abaqaphile kuleyo moto ayikade isemhlanga Rocks Drive ngo-22:05 ntambama. Kulokhu ke la kubhalelwa ngaphezulu ke singasho ukuthi ke kulindo kuhle ndimande wayengaphakathi ke kuleyo polo ngalesikhathi idlula lapha eHilton Hotel. I-cellphone ke ima record cellphone ayambeka endaweni yase Jacobs la kwakade kulanda khona leyo moto eyo-Mercedes kanye nebhamu. Emveni kwalokho ke imbeka ke laphayana endaweni kwenzeka khona ke isigameko. Applicant uyabonakala ke eshiwa ngemoto ehlika emotweni grey AVW Polo restaurant iWish ngabo 9:17 wasebusuku. Yabonakala ku CCTV footage restaurant edla laphayana isidlo ngalesikhathi AKA kuthiwa wayehleli ngaphakathi kuleyo restaurant. Wakhetha ke indawo la u-AKA kanye nabantu ahamba nabo bezobonakala kahle kuleyo CCTV footage ke kuthiwa ke okuvelayo ukuthi wadinga ukuthi ke ashintshe ihlalo la kade ehleli khona ngaphakathi e-restaurant. Applicant emveni kwalokho kuthiwa wasebenzisa ikhadi lakhe ukuze ke akhokhele ukudla kanye neziphuzo lezi akade eziphuza lapha ngaphakathi. Uyabonakala futhi ebhizi ke ne-cellphone yakhe ngalesikhathi edla aphinde futhi ajeqeze lapha ehleli khona lo AKA kanye nabantu ahamba nabo. Ngalesikhathi ke kudutshula eminyango ke abantu ke ababengaphakathi kuthiwa bayabonakala bebaleka, abanye beya eminyango bayobheka ukuthi kanti kwenzakalani. Ukuhle kuthiwa wahlala ngaphakathi engathukile njengabanye abantu waqhubeka nento ayenza ngaphakathi. I-cellphone record ke iyambeka endaweni ke yalesi sigameko ngesikhathi esivelayo u-17 minutes past 9 kuze kuyoba u-32 minutes past 10 wasebusuku. Applicant ke kuthiwa kwathola imali engango-133,000 account yakho yaka Standard Bank ngomhla ka-11 February 2023 ngakusasa emveni kokuthi ke kwenzeke leso sigameko leso. Le account yaka Standard Bank yavulwa wena ekuseni ngomhla ka-10 February 2023 ngosuku ke lolu kwabulawa khona umufi. Imali ke yangena ku-account yakho ivela ku-applicant 4 uMzwethemba Havi Gwabeni iphuma ku-account yakhe yakwa-FNB ngomhla ka-11 February 2023. Ngalokho sekubikwe lapha ngaphezulu ngifisa ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi ke kunecala eliqinile adinga ukuthi ayoziphendulela kulona enkantolo. Azikho izimo angaziletha enkantolo ezingenza ukuthi inkantolo ivume nebail.
As it pleases the court, your worship, I can see now is 5-1 If we may request the court, at least at this stage, Your Worship, we take a lunch adjournment up until we come back, Your Worship.
Not even halfway.
I'm telling you, Your Worship.
So I foresee a situation where we may not finish the state's case today. Can we perhaps agree to shorten our lunch and come back earlier, if that is not going to inconvenience other people, so that we can at least finalize the state's case? That's a proposal.
I'm not a pessimist, but an optimist with reservations. With my instructing attorneys, we have been looking carefully at the affidavit deposed to by the investigating officer. Even if we were to abbreviate our lunch adjournment, being an optimist with reservations, I doubt if we will be done with the state evidence today.
Yeah, no, that's we're not even halfway. So what are you saying, Mr. Mlojo?
Yes, as parties, we will try to put our heads together, but we may have maybe a 45-minute adjournment to accommodate that aspect, so that we can also look at the possibility of other dates cannot be excluded, Your Worship.
But can we at least agree at starting at 1:45 instead of 2 o'clock? Agreed?
I have no problem with it.
Okay.
We agree.
Right. Let's adjourn until 1:45 then.
I spoke to applicant's mother, Mbali Mkwanazi, who stated that the premises belong to applicant's father, Tulani Mkwanazi. She further stated that applicant has been residing there since birth, 83. According to applicant's mother, applicant 1 has 3 vehicles, a blue Toyota Corolla with the registration number NHL 11606, a 2009 white Toyota Microbus or Quantum with the registration NHL 13164, and a 2022 white Toyota Microbus or Quantum with registration number NHL 13311. The taxis operates from St. Lucia to Mtuba, 84. The applicant's wife is currently pregnant with their first child. The applicant has no other children. The applicant is self-employed as a taxi operator, and this is the only form of income he also disclosed in these proceedings. 85. The applicant's wife is a teacher or educator at Jozini. She supports herself and only visits the applicant twice a month. She also supports the applicant financially as alleged by the applicant himself. Applicant's cellular phone number is 063-729-9118. 86. The applicant is in good health, has no known illnesses. It will later be discussed in this affidavit about the alleged asthma he alleges in his affidavit. My team and I made a follow-up with Dr. Moodley in this regard. 87. Applicant has a pending case for murder under docket Manzimtoti Case 126 of 11 year 2022. The applicant is currently out on bail in that matter, and the matter is still on the roll in Durban Court number 11. 88. The applicant has no previous convictions. Applicant 2, Zenzele Lindane Shisela Ndimandi. 89. The applicant is 35 years of age and unmarried. The applicant resides at house number 8740 Khanwe Street, Protect Land, Soweto, with his fiancée Nonjabulo Xoli Kubeka, who is renting a room in the outbuilding. According to Nonjabulo, the applicant had been residing with her for the months of September and October 2023. 90. According to the applicant, he resides at Kwambonambi, Otsilwane Reserve, next to Otsilwane Community Hall. Upon verifying the applicant's address, I spoke to the applicant's relative, Solwas Ndimande, who says that the premises belongs to his aunt Nomdeni Ndimande. She stated that the applicant has been residing there since birth and has moved out in the month of September 2023. 91. Applicant has 2 vehicles on his name with the registration numbers NUZ 38386 and NHL 32897, both being white Toyota Quantums. 92. The applicant is not married and reportedly has 5 children with different mothers. The children are 92.1, Spelele, who is 15 years of old.
Interrupt my learned friend. The court has this in front of you. Should the children's names be mentioned?
You are quite correct, Mr. Volmorans. I think let's omit the names of the children. We may mention their ages, but not their names, please.
As a pleasure, the court, Your Worship. Who is 15 years of age and another one who is 3 years old. The mother being the fiancé, Nonjabulo Xoli Kubeka, and the children will live with her grandmother. 92.2. Another child who is 3 years old and another one who is 1 year old. These 2 children from different mothers, and they reside in their respective grandmothers in Mzimkulu area. 92.3, the one who is 12 years old, the mother being Zwakalile Nduli, and the child lives with her in Mahlabatin area. 93, the applicant claims to be self-employed as a taxi operator. 94, the applicant is in good health and has no known illnesses. 95, applicant has the following previous convictions. Kwambonambi Case 16303 of 2007, a robbery, attempted murder, and kidnapping, for which he received 15 years imprisonment sentence and he was declared unfit to possess a firearm. 96, applicant has the following pending case. Barrier Case 5303 of 2023, murder. The case is also presently in the court roll in Durban Court number 11. It is also a partly heard bail application before Mr. C. Applicant 3, Sianda Edimias. Applicant is 21 years of age and resides at L 1028 Polar Crescent, Umlazi. The premise is owned by his mother, Nelly Miez. It consists of low-cost house as well as adjoining shack. The applicant also claims to own a shack a few meters away from the house. However, it does not appear to be habitable. 98. According to the applicant's mother, he does not own any property in the house. The mother's premises were inspected and only one grey KW jacket and 2 pairs of turkeys which belong to the applicant were found. According to the applicant's mother, the applicant has the following cellular phone numbers: 081 8080766, 07124111612, and 08347030055. 99. The applicant is not married and reportedly has 3 children with different mothers. The children are 99.1, 1 who is 15 months old, 92.2, 1 who is 2 years old, 99.3, who is 1 year old. These children reside with their respective mothers. 100. The applicant has no formal employment. He indicated that he washes cars on casual basis. Upon verifying this version, it was established that he does not have a specific place to wash cars. 101. The applicant claims to own a taxi. However, there is no documentation to prove same. He failed to produce any evidence to substantiate his version relating to the taxi business. 102. The applicant is in good health and has no known illness except a gunshot wound on his leg for which he is receiving a treatment. He sustained same when he attended a night vigil on the 9th of the 10th February 2023. He accidentally shot himself while discharging the rounds in the air. The applicant does not have a license to possess a firearm. The said firearm he injured himself with was therefore also in his unlawful possession at the time. My team and I are following upon this incident. 103. According to my knowledge, there are correctional services facilities that allow inmates to access to proper medical care at the state hospitals or the prison hospitals. Westville Prison has a fully functional medical facility to accommodate those who may have any medical condition. The injury on his leg is also temporal and will heal eventually. 104. The applicant has the following pending cases: Beggy Temba, CAS 138 of 04/2023, unlawful possession of firearm and ammunition. Mayville KZN, CAS 26 of 05/2022, murder, attempted murder, amongst other charges. Beria, CAS 5303/2023, murder and attempted murder. Applicant for Mziwe Temba Heavy Kwabini. 105. The applicant is 36 years of age and married. The applicant resides at 1 North Road, Coes Hill, with his wife, Precious Bulelwa Tsanibe Kwabini. According to Precious Bulelwa Tsanibe Kwabini, the applicant has been residing at the said premises from 2015. 106. In 2015, the applicant's wife took a bond with Standard Bank and purchased the premises prior to her marriage to the applicant. The applicant's wife is a doctor at Albert Lutul Hospital. 107. Applicant has 5 children with different mothers. These children are: 1 is 12 years old boy and a 5-year-old girl, the mother being his wife Precious Bulelwa, and the children live with him. A 16-year-old daughter. She does not reside with her biological mother but resides with his wife Bulelwa. A 2-year-old and 1-year-old boy, the mother being Yolanda Kumalo. The kids reside with her at Westwood. 108. The applicant claims to be self-employed as a businessman and claims to own construction company, a mining company, and a security company. 109. The applicant is in good health and has no known illnesses. 110. Applicant has a previous conviction for Disaster Management Act 57 of 2002, for which he paid a fine of 1,000 rand. With the Katomena CAS 11405/2020 refers. The applicant has no pending cases. Applicant 5. Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni in demand. 112. The applicant is 29 years of age and unmarried. He is currently dating Thokozani Ngcobo, who is an advocate. The applicant resides at D2170 Mboi area, Macongo location, Cambertown. 113. The homestead is culturally owned by Lindokuhle's grandfather after the death of Lindokuhle's father. I spoke to the applicant's mother, Baniwele Tongo, who claimed that her son has been residing at the said homestead from December 2010. The applicant's mother informed me that Lindokuhle's current cellular phone is 0824037515 and that this number had previously belonged to his late father. 114. The applicant has 2 vehicles under his name with the registration numbers NUZ 24281 and NUZ 41292, both being a white Toyota microbus or Quandam. The taxis operate from Malakazi taxi rank in Isiping. 115. The applicant has 2 children with Kule. The children are a 7-year-old boy. The child resides with applicant on the homestead. A 2-year-old girl. The child resides with her biological mother who resides in the same area as the applicant. 116. The applicant claims to be in partnership with the 2 other persons operating a poultry farm in Campertown, trading as Mansumi Farming. 117. The applicant is in good health and has no known illnesses and has no previous convictions. The law and the charges preferred. 118. The accused or applicants are at present facing 12 counts. The investigation of the matter is still ongoing and further evidence might suggest further charges be added. As indicated herein above, there is evidence suggesting that the applicants operated as a gang that were hired to kill people as hitmen. 119. Our evidence is suggestive of the fact that the applicants and their associates operate as a gang. Part of the group are involved in supplying stolen vehicles and firearms, whilst other members of the group carry out the assassinations. They were paid for their criminal conducts. There is an element of evidence suggesting offenses committed under gang-related activities. The state is collecting evidence to substantiate these charges. Conspiracy to commit murder. There is evidence suggesting that there were discussions among the accused to kill the first deceased. The applicants and their accomplices gave roles to each other of how the murder would be committed. 121. The state will lead evidence during the trial. It will show that the applicants and others conspired to kill the first deceased in this matter. 122. I was also advised that according to Sneyman's Criminal Law 7th edition at page 252, Section 18, subsection 2A of the Russia's Assemblies Act 17 of 1956 does not differentiate between a successful conspiracy, i.e. one followed by the commission of the crime, and one not followed by any further steps towards the commission of the crime. It is possible to charge and convict a person of contravening the provisions, even if the crime envisaged has in fact later been committed. 123. Sneyman's Criminal Law 7th edition, page 252, there is no absolute prohibition on the state to charge somebody with conspiracy if the main crime has in fact committed. For example, where there are a number of co-conspirators, co-perpetrators, and the prosecutor is of the opinion that it might be difficult to prove that one of them has committed the main crime, whereas there is clear evidence that she participated in the conspiracy, she may be charged with conspiracy only, while others may be charged having committed the main crime. 124. Applicants with available evidence will be convicted of this offense at the trial. There is no prohibition in charging them of the same. Section 81 of the Criminal Procedure Act allows for the state to join any number of charges against the accused at any stage or time before the evidence is led. The determination whether there is only duplication lies within the trial court, and the trial court can only do so at the end of the evidence led. 2 counts of murder. 125. The 2 deceased were shot at. The two shooters used handguns, pistol shooting both deceased. Both deceased died of gunshot injuries. The evidence in the docket supports both counts of the murder. 5 counts of attempted murder. Both deceased were standing in a crowd with other people who are mentioned in count 6 to count 10. The CCTV footages and written statements by the witnesses clearly show a picture that the shooting was directed at the area where these people were standing with both deceased. It could be that the shooting was directed at the first deceased, but the second deceased sustained gunshot injuries. 127. In the view of the direction of the shooting, any of the people standing with both the deceased could have been hit by the bullets fired. They were lucky that the shots missed. The actions of the shooters amounts to dolus eventualis kind of culpa. Their actions were completed in preparation and execution to could have led to any person dying, thereby completing a charge of attempted murder. Unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. My team and I recovered one of the 2 firearms. The other firearm is still at large. The non-recovery of the second firearm does not at all weaken the state case on the charges preferred. 129. The proven facts will prove that cartridge cases of the second firearm were recovered at the scene and tested for ballistics to determine those were cartridge cases of what caliber. Further, the proven facts will prove that the second deceased died as a result of gunshot injuries for the second firearm. This therefore proves that the said firearm was in a working condition for it to might has caused the death of the deceased. 130. Further evidence will show and prove that the said second firearm was not licensed to any of the applicants, therefore it remains an unlicensed firearm. From all those proven facts, the trial court will be asked to draw the only reasonable inference that the said firearm, despite it not recovered, was unlicensed firearm, and therefore on the day at the time the shots were fired from that firearm, the person in possession thereof was not in lawful possession of the said firearm. 131. I have been advised that this honorable court will be favored with a recent decision from this division in relation to this principle, confirming that the court may in appropriate circumstances make the said inferential reasoning. 132. Further, the principle of joint possession is applicable in circumstances of this case following a conspiratorial agreement and the roles that the applicants and their associates were given in the execution of a plan to kill the first deceased. There is evidence, as earlier indicated, that applicant 3 handed the firearms to his co-accused to execute the plan. He received same back. He was later found in possession of one of the murder weapons. 133. In handing over the firearms, he had the intention that his co-accused possessed firearms on his behalf, and the others, when they took it from him, had the intention to possess same on his behalf. This is clearly also indicated by the fact that after the shooting of both deceased, the firearms were returned to applicant 3. 134. The state is confident that the trial court will convict the applicants of joint possession under the circumstances. Applicant 2 has a previous convictions where he was declared unfit to possess the firearm by the court around 2011. Money laundering. 135. It is the evidence in the docket that the applicants were paid for having killed both deceased and the first deceased in particular. The said money therefore is proceeds of criminal activities, because for the applicants to be paid, they had to commit the said criminal offense of killing both deceased and the first deceased in particular. 136. Those proceeds of crime were paid into the bank account of applicant 4, Gwabeni, in the amount of 803,455 rands. When the said proceeds were paid over, it was indicated that it was for consultation services that applicant 4 supposedly gave services for. This had an effect of disguising or concealing or disguising the nature, source, location, disposition, or the movement of the said money or ownership. 137. In turn, applicant 4, Gwabeni, immediately paid the money over to his co-accused and the 2 demanded brothers kept in Swaziland, and indicated that those were dividends paid. The other applicant received the proceeds of the criminal activities knowing or ought to have reasonably known that it was or formed a part of the proceeds of unlawful activities of another person. 138, applicant for Gwabeni used these proceeds of criminal activities to pay school fees for one of his children to the amount of around 90,000 rands to other applicants, also the said proceeds for their personal gain. Considerations in terms of section 6, subsection 4A to D of the Criminal Procedure Act. 139. In this matter, it can be clearly seen that applicants involved had a totally disregard for the safety of the community and the public in general, as the shooting had occurred outside the restaurant on a popular road at night and the multiple shots were fired in the direction of the public. This is further evident from the footage that there were other members of the public near the deceased when they were shot. Likelihood that the accused, if released on bail, will endanger the safety of the public or any particular person or will commit further Schedule 1 offenses. Section 6, subsection 4A, read with Section 6, subsection 5 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi. 140. The applicant is in a taxi business industry that is prone to violence on a daily basis. Applicant has a pending matter under docket Amanzi Mtoti Case 12611 year 2022. Amanzi Mtoti matter. The matter is a taxi violence related where automatic rifles were used in a public area. The deceased was killed due to the conflict over the taxi routes that the applicant and his associates wanted to conquer for control. The shooting happened in a mall where there were a number of public members that were busy with their daily shopping. 141. The killing in the Amanzi Mtoti matter has an element of revenge attacks where one section of the taxi association is attacked. Applicant 1, as will be indicated here in under, informed us that he changed addresses because he received information that there were plans from other taxi association to have him killed. He therefore did not stay at his given address as a result and seek refuge in other place. 142. His life is therefore in a constant danger. In the event he is attacked by his rivals, there is a likelihood that innocent persons will be injured because the attacks related to taxi violence are normally carried in public areas because those doing so have little respect of human lives. He therefore possesses a danger to safety of the public, himself and the other persons. 143. My team and I came across some social media platforms showing an applicant 1 brandishing a rifle and showing off with it. This was done in both public and private areas. We do not have any document indicating that the applicant has a valid license for the said firearm. These actions indicate the propensity on part of the applicant to instill fear on others and disregard for the law. I attach the clips of the social media as annexure KP5. 144. There is a likelihood that applicant 1 will, if released on bail, endanger the safety of the public or will commit a Schedule 1 offense if released. Applicant 2, Lindani Zenzele Ndimande. My team and I do not form part of the alleged NIU police officers who are alleged to have assaulted or tortured applicant 2. We further do not intend to assassinate, torture, or in any manner mistreat applicant 2 or any of the applicants. 146. Whilst in our custody, he was never assaulted, tortured, or in any manner mistreated. We further do not intend to do. If he was ever assaulted by any of the members, he would have informed the learned magistrate in Court 10 when he appeared for the first time under the docket barrier case 5303, year 2023. The said court was never informed of such. 147. The applicant has been arrested and linked to a taxi violence related matter case under docket barrier case 5303, year 2023, which occurred in March of 2023. He is appearing and charged with attempted murder, unlawful possession of automatic rifles and other unlawful firearms, amongst others. A stolen vehicle was also used in this driveway by shooting. The shooting happened in a busy street in Berea during the day when members of the public were walking up and down the said busy street. While the applicants were fleeing from the scene, a pedestrian was knocked down. A case of reckless and negligent driving was opened with the barrier case 6203-2023 refers. He is currently in custody in this matter, and the applicant has brought an application for bail. Will be heard on the 27th of March 2024 in Durban Court 11. The bail is a part heard. 148. It is apparent from the affidavit of applicant 2, Exhibit D, that his life is in a constant threat from other taxi rivals in view of the taxi violence indicated in the said affidavit. 149. His situation is similar to that of applicant 1. I refer this honorable court to a relevant paragraph supra dealing with this issue. The same applies to applicant 2. Therefore, there is therefore a likelihood that applicant 2 will endanger the safety of the public or commit a Schedule 1 offense if released on bail. Applicant 3, Sianda Edimieza, 150. Applicant 3 was arrested in April year 2023 and linked to other offenses that occurred after this incident. Applicant has a pending matter currently appearing in Umlazi Court for unlawful possession of firearm under docket Peggy Temba Cars 138 of 04 year 2023 on charges of unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition. The firearm that was found in his possession is ballistically linked to this case. 151. The applicant 3 has been arrested and linked to a taxi violence related matter case under docket Mayville 26/05 year 2022, which occurred in May 2022. He is appearing and charged with murder, attempted murder, unlawful possession of firearms, amongst others. A stolen vehicle was also used in this drive-by shooting. The vehicle was stolen on docket barrier case 8903 of 2022. The shooting happened at BP Garage situated Mayville during the night when members of the public were feeling fuel. He is currently out on bail in this matter. 152. Applicant 3 has been arrested and linked to another taxi violence related matter under docket barrier case 5303 year 2023, which occurred in March 2023. He is appearing and charged with murder, attempted murder, unlawful possession of automatic rifles and other unlawful firearms, amongst others. A stolen vehicle also used in this drive-by shooting. The shooting happened in a busy street in Berea during the day when members of the public were walking up and down the said busy street. He is currently in custody in this matter and has brought an application for bail, which is partly heard before Mr. Sin in Durban Court 11. The said bail application has not yet been finalized. 153. He is appearing for this pending matter in Durban Magistrate Court and charged with applicant 2 and others. 154. As earlier indicated, applicant 3 keeps dangerous firearms for the benefit of his associates and the present co-accused. Some of the firearms have not been recovered. He has been doing this for years and therefore poses danger to the safety and those belonging to other taxi associations in conflict with his association belonging to the rival association. 155. There is all likelihood that applicant 3 will endanger the safety of the public or any particular person or commit a Schedule 1 offense if released on bail in view of their history with the law. Applicant 4, Mziwe Temba, Heavy Kwabeni. 156. Applicant 4 indicated in his affidavit that he owns a company that has a security division. However, this security division is not registered to the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, also known as SIRA. There is no explanation given for such failure to register the company as required by law. 157. Further, he indicated that the security officers who from time to time act as his bodyguards are also not registered with SIRA as required by law. 158. This scenario or position of his company security division is not regulated by SIRA, and he and his company can and are doing as they please because there is a lack of monitoring of their actions and or conducts. 159. It will be difficult for law enforcement agencies, including SIRA, to hold him, his security officers, and his company accountable should the need arise. This poses a lot of danger to the safety of the public from him and his company. 160. He further indicated that his life is in danger from what appears to be his rivals, hence he engaged a security division of a company. He employed co-accused, although names not mentioned, to be part of this unregulated company. He is now facing serious charges of pre-planned and or premeditated murder counts with the same security officers he employed in this company. This is a clear indication of the danger he and his co-accused and his company possesses to the safety of the public and other persons who are his or their rivals. 161. The evidence in the docket reveals that applicant 4 was a mastermind in the planning to kill the first deceased in this matter. He was meticulous in doing so and arranged for vehicles and the finances involved during the planning. This is therefore indicative of someone who can pose a danger to the public. 162. In view of above mentioned, there is all likelihood that applicant 4 will endanger the safety of the public or commit a Schedule 1 offense if released on bail. Applicant 5, 163. Applicant 5 Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni in demand. Applicant 5 is also involved in a taxi industry. He is a member of Maluka's Taxi Association referred to by applicant 2. This is the same association that he is experiencing a lot of violence that is related to the industry. He shares the same surname as applicant 2 and therefore is their rivals of the Gumede family referred to by applicant 2. 164. For the same reasons as indicated in the preceding paragraphs about the danger of applicants 1, 2, 3 poses to the safety of the public, the same is applicable to applicant 5. I intend not to repeat same for this purpose. 165. For the same reasons indicated, there is all likelihood that applicant 5 will endanger the safety of the public or commit Schedule 1 offenses if released on bail. Likelihood that accused, if released on bail, will attempt to evade their trial. Section 6, subsection 4B, read with Section 6, subsection 6 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi. 166. Applicant 1 does not own any fixed property. When my team visited his home, there were very little items of clothing indicating that he is permanently residing there. 167. He was arrested for the first time under Manzimtoti docket. Despite our opposition to bail, bail was granted by the learned magistrate seen in Court 11. He was not arrested for this current matter at the time. He indicated in that court that he will be staying at Matwaleni area in Mtuba. 168. My team and I obtained a warrant of his arrest for the present matter. An operation was conducted to arrest accused in this current matter. Observation was kept at his given address for hours in order to effect the arrest. Applicant 1 was not seen at his parental home. 169. Upon inquiring from the person at the yard, my team was informed that since the applicant was granted bail, he has not been staying at the said address given to court. The team eventually waited for the applicant 1 at Mtuba police station, where he was supposed to be reporting as per his bail application. 170. He arrived and he was arrested. He was asked why he was not staying at his home as per the condition he gave to the court when granted bail. He indicated to my team that he received information that his life was in danger from the taxi rivals and therefore moved away from his house. 171. Upon inquiring, he showed my team an address in Tseleni area where he said he was hiding from his foes. He showed us a room at the back of the premises. My team found a bag with his clothing still packed, indicative of the fact that he can move anytime from that place. There were no items of clothing indicative of the fact that his wife was staying with him at the said address. 172. He was asked why he did not inform the investigating team of this change of the address, and he could not give an answer thereto. Safe to say he moved because of fear of his life. He also indicated that the place belonged to a friend or associate. He is not renting. 173. None of my team members, including myself, were informed of this change of the address by the applicant. This is indicative of the fact that should he feel that there's a need, he will relocate to places we don't know and not inform the team thereof. He has demonstrated that he cannot be trusted as a result. 174. Applicant can change addresses as he wishes despite any conditions given by the court. He is therefore a flight risk. 175. The state has a strong evidence linking him to the commission of these offenses listed in the charge sheet. He is an associate of those arrested and in custody in Eswatini. Applicant 176, applicant 1 indicates in his affidavit that he is collecting plus minus 40,000 rands from the two taxis. His Standard Bank statement paints a very bleak picture. We have noticed that in the months of October, November 2023, prior to the arrest of the applicant for Amanzimtoti matter, there were lots of debit order reversals. There was no money for the following: 176.1 Standard Bank vehicle for the amount of 11,915.11 cents. 176.2 insurance premium, Scott Fin for the amount of 1,700 rands and 86 cents. 176.3 Altrac tracking company for the amount of 862.39 cents. 177. This all happened when the applicant was still out and not in custody. He could not manage his finances while outside. To the contrary, after his arrest, the business started to operate properly and the debit orders were provided for in his bank account. This is clear from the Standard Bank statement attached to his affidavit. 178. His business therefore will operate well in his absence. Further, he is not operating a taxi, but has drivers who do so and then forward the day's takings. 179. There is all likelihood that applicant 1 will evade his trial if granted bail. Applicant 2, Lindani Zenzelen demand. Applicant 180. Applicant 2 does not own any fixed property in the area where he resides. He indicated in this honorable court that he generates an income of 250,000 rands per month. In affidavit submitted in court for bail application under docket barrier case 5303 year 2023. He told the court that he has a monthly net income of approximately 400,000. This latter amount is significantly different from what he indicates in this court. I attach his previous bail affidavit under the said case as annexure KP6.
At this stage, I must voice my objection to the use of that affidavit. For the exact same reasons that the state objected to the defense using an affidavit which was sworn to and attested to in this country, we were told we were not allowed to use that. We were also told we couldn't use it because there was no case number and there was no certification on it, that it was a true copy. Well, the same applies here, Your Worship. If you look at the affidavit, which with respect you shouldn't do, because you should rule it inadmissible, it has no certification that it is a true copy or anything like that. So I'm asking the court at this stage to rule that inadmissible the same way as what you did with us. Thank you, Your Worship.
As it pleases the court, Your Worship, the circumstances are different. The objection from the state, it was the document or a document purported to be a charge sheet from another country, of which the accused persons, those that are from another country, were not part in these bail proceedings. The affidavit that has been attached here, it is the same affidavit that where my learned colleague is appearing. He has the knowledge of that affidavit, he has the knowledge that that bail application is still pending before that particular court. He knows the matter is in court already, be that as it may, Your Worship. We will remove this part, we will take the entire charge sheet because it's just here next door at court 11 and finish with the court with the stamp.
So,
Done
before you come in, Mr. Volmerans. So what are you saying, Mr. Twega? Are you removing the KP6, annexure KP6, and you're going to replace it with a charge sheet? What are you saying? Let me understand you before I allow Mr. Volmerans to respond.
For the sake of time, Your Worship, we are saying we are going to remove this annexure, and later on during our evidence, still in this matter, we'll bring the whole charge sheet in respect of that matter and make the application before this court that it should be admitted in these proceedings as per the law under the Criminal Procedure Act. At this stage, we are provisionally removing this KP 7. 6 is my apologies. Yes, at this stage.
So I think that was the main concern in placing half-cooked egg before the court, that it ought to be a complete record. I think that's where the concern comes from.
Mr. Volmerans?
Your Worship, the state objected because it wasn't complete. They're now saying, oh, well, we'll slip it in and then later on we'll supplement it when they don't have an opportunity to do so. The court, this is an application, they don't get a chance to reply.
Your Worship, we are still leading evidence here. We haven't closed our case in respect of this matter. We are saying to the court, we are going to remove this part provisionally. Then later on, we'll make an application before this court for that document to be admitted before this court. At this stage, we are not making any application before this court, as per my learned colleague. We are provisionally removing this part.
6 is removed.
Thank you, Worship.
You may proceed.
Just a moment, Your Worship. (182). My team and I engaged in an operation to arrest applicant 2 for the dogged barrier case 5303 of year 2023. We received information that he was part of the lineup to perform traditional music, Umaskandi, in the Empangeni area on the 14th of October, year 2023. 183, my team and I organized an operation to arrest applicant 2 during that event. We arrived and kept surveillance in the area, but applicant 2 was not seen or found upon inquiring from the event organizers. We informed that applicant 2 cancelled at the last minute and no reasons were furnished for such cancellation. 184, we then followed information that took us to Gauteng, where we traced applicant 2 for a few days until he was located at Maponya Mall. Upon his arrest, he took us to where he said he was residing. It was a place rented out to his girlfriend. The place was searched and certain items were found, including his valid passport. I attached a copy of the said passport, Annexure KP7, which was seized by me and my team. 185. Applicant 2 was very cooperative during this process and made a confession while still we were in Gauteng prior to him being brought back to KwaZulu-Natal. He confessed to the killing of the deceased under docket 5303 of year 2023. 186. Applicant 2 confessed to the killing of the deceased in that matter. He further indicated the history of the taxi violence which led to such killing. He highlighted how his brother, being Tibz on demand, killed Mbon Demande Zinjan Demand and their father Vusi Zoton Demand, who was killed around Pongola area. 187, applicant 2 further indicated that their taxis were chased away from the association and other factions started to hunt them. He further indicated that there were rumors that if they find one of them, they will be killed. He therefore left Durban to stay at Tempangen and later moved to Johannesburg as a result. 188. It was a difficult and a long exercise to trace and arrest applicant 2. He demonstrated that he is a flight risk. In his paragraph 45 of his affidavit before this Honorable Court Exhibit D, the applicant indicated that his siblings were forced to seek refuge in Swaziland as a result of the alleged NIU members wanting to assassinate them at all costs.
Your Worship, again, I must object. Your Worship has already said that KP6 has got to be removed, and yet the state continues to refer to KP6. Because Exhibit D that is being referred to is nothing more than KP6. So they have no right to refer to it.
Sorry, Exhibit D, is it not Exhibit D in these proceedings?
No, it's not Exhibit D in these proceedings. It's Exhibit D next door.
Mr.
Just a moment, Worship. Your Worship, the Exhibit D that we are referring to is the Exhibit D that is in this Honorable Court.
That is my understanding, Mr. President.
Exhibit D that is being referred to is the Exhibit D next door. Accused number 2, exhibit number, his affidavit is marked Exhibit C, not D, in this court.
I will take a further adjournment because the other exhibits are in chambers.
All right.
Exhibit D is a certificate. Exhibit D is a certificate. Is the one who's
All right.
Right, on resumption, let's correct the sequence of exhibits. In these proceedings, Exhibit A is the letter by the Director of Public Prosecution saying that these proceedings are falling under Schedule 6. That is Exhibit A. Exhibit B is an affidavit handed in on behalf of applicant number 1, Mr. Mkwanazi. Exhibit C is an affidavit handed in on behalf of applicant number 3, Mieza. Exhibit D is an affidavit handed in on behalf of applicant number 2.
Your Worship, clearly I have it wrong, and I apologize for my mistake. I was verily under the belief that Exhibit C was accused number 2's affidavit, but I withdraw my objection on that basis.
You'll remember, Mr. Volmarans, there was no sequence of application.
I recall
that is why there is this difference in the numbering of exhibits.
No,
I accept your apology.
Thank you.
And you may proceed, Mr.
As it pleases the Court, Your Worship. 189. We are of the view that this is the reason he also fled to Gauteng, in view of the fact that his siblings had not yet consented to their extradition to South Africa. Applicant 2 will be motivated to flee the Republic of South Africa and also seek refuge in any country outside the Republic with the hope that he will never be extradited back to this country. 190, applicant 2 indicates that he is paying school fees for his children. He given details of the schools where the children are attending in order for myself and my team to verify this information. We are therefore unable to verify indeed he is responsible for their school fees. There are no documents submitted in this court to confirm this responsibility as he alleges. 191. In view of what is indicated here in above, there is all likelihood that applicant 2 will evade his trial should he be granted bail. Applicant 3, see under Edimiers. Applicant 3, 192, applicant 3 does not own any fixed property, nor does he have a fixed residential area. When my team and I visited his home, there were very little items of clothing indicating that he is not permanently residing there. The other shack he showed us is inhabitable. 193, applicant 3 has 3 pending cases against him as indicated here in above. There is Doggett Peggy Timber Cars 138 of 04 year 2023. This is the first matter he was arrested on for unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition as opposed to joint possession referred to in his affidavit. This is the same firearm that is ballistically linked to the present matter as the firearm that was used to the shooting and killed the deceased. This is one of the murder weapons. 194. He applied for his release on bail in Umlazi Court. Bail was opposed and the learned magistrate dismissed his application. He was facing only that charge at the time. He appealed the decision at the High Court, granted him bail. Shortly thereafter, he was arrested and charged under Doggett Mayville Cars 2605 of year 2022 for murder and unlawful possession of firearms. 195. His cellular phone was left on the crime scene and his fingerprints were lifted from the getaway vehicle. The cartridge cases of the firearm, a pistol that was used in this Mayville matter, were compared with the cartridge cases that were lifted at the scene in this present matter and found to have been fired from the same firearm. It therefore means that applicant 3 was at the crime scene where the second firearm linked to this current matter was used and also found in possession of the second firearm that was used in that matter. 196. This information referred here in above, para 195, was not placed before the court that had the bail application because the applicant was not yet arrested for this present matter and the state did not want to jeopardize the investigation of this matter by mentioning such evidence. It would have alerted those not yet arrested of the impending arrest. 197. Despite the opposition by the state for his release on bail in Mayville matter, Magistrate Zuma granted the bail. While he was attending the Mayville matter, he was charged with the offense under Doggett 5303-2023. The bail application in that matter is partly heard. 198. Applicant 3 therefore has several pending cases against him with serious charges including premeditated murder. He also supplies the murder weapons for these offenses. The evidence against him in those cases, including the present matter, is very strong. He faces numerous life sentences. He should be convicted. 199. Applicant 3 does not have any formal employment, neither does he have any kind of employment that will keep him within the jurisdiction of this honorable court. 200. We dispute that applicant 3 was made aware by any of my team members that he will be arrested when he appears in Umlazi Court when he was arrested for the Mayville matter. 201. My team went to his known address to arrest him for the Mayville matter and he could not be found on the given address. The said address was visited several times for the purpose without success. To wait for him at court was our last resort in an attempt to arrest him. He was indeed arrested after appearing in the Umlazi Court after having been granted bail by the High Court. 202. It is our view that applicant 3 is a flight risk and will not attend his trial. There is all likelihood that should he be released on bail, he will evade trial. Applicant 4, Mziwetemba Hevikwabi. 203. Applicant 4 resides at 1 North Road, Cowes Hill. The said property was purchased by his wife prior to them getting married. The said house is also bonded by the Standard Bank on the name of his wife only. The monthly installments are debited by the bank from the bank of his wife. 204, we perused the bank account attached to his affidavit and could not find any debit on that account in favor of the bank that he has bonded the house. There is no indication on the available evidence that he is paying towards the bond of this house. Applicant 205, applicant is said to have several companies, one of which has a security division operating without being registered under SIRA. He indicates that he has hired bodyguards for his and family protection. This is therefore indicative of the fact that his life might be in danger. 206, the bank records attached to his affidavit indicate money coming in and out from various sources. He therefore has the means which may enable him to leave the country. 207, in anticipation of the arrest, the team had physical surveillance on him. On the 26th of February 2024, he was spotted at his house at number 1 North Road, Pinetown, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That team spoke to him personally on the day. Later, an operation was arranged to have him arrested as a result. His first house was visited for this purpose and he was not found in the said house. The wife indicated that applicant 4 is with the other wife at her premise. 208. The team proceeded to the given address and the applicant was again not found despite the team being told he was there. After his arrest, my team and I requesting him to give us his cellular phone. To date, he has not given us his cellular phone despite numerous requests for the same because it is part of the evidence to be investigated. 209. None of his family members informed us that he was in Lady Smith on the day as alleged. Neither did his attorney inform us of such. In view of the fact that he was made aware that we were looking for him, his attorney informed us that he will arrange with applicant 4 to hand himself over to the police in the morning. 210. My team and I waited and applicant only handed himself over in the afternoon on the 27th of February 2024. 211. The conduct and the personal circumstances of the applicant 4 indicates that he is a flight risk. We are therefore of the view that there is a likelihood that the applicant 4 will evade his trial. Applicant 5, Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni in demand. My team obtained warrants of arrest for applicant 5. In an attempt to arrest him, he was traced and could not be found in the Republic of South Africa. Information was then received that he was in Swaziland with the other 2 who are currently arrested and facing extradition process. 213, we engaged the offices of the Interpol and the crime intelligence units to assist us in tracing applicant 5 and other 2 Ndimande brothers. It was established that applicant 5 was indeed in Swaziland with 2 brothers. There was evidence that he was indeed in Swaziland because his bank card was used to passage in a store in Swaziland. Crime Intelligence Office also confirmed his presence in that country. 214. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, KwaZulu-Natal, was then approached to assist with tracing of an arrest of applicant 5. An application for provisional arrest of applicant 5 and other 2 Ndimande brothers was made and submitted to Swaziland through diplomatic channels. At the time, the arrest of the 2 Ndimande brothers, applicant 5 was not found. It was established that he has came back to the Republic of South Africa. 215. Upon receipt of applicant's 5 valid passport that he handed to my team, it was perused. We established that passport is not stamped to show that applicant 5 left South Africa and came back through any of our border gates. There is absolutely no indication of his movements in and out of South Africa. 216. In view of the evidence, we heard that he was indeed in Swaziland. At some point, we were left with only conclusion and that he is left and came back to South Africa without using his valid passport. He therefore entered Swaziland and back to South Africa illegally without passing through any border gates. 217. This conduct by applicant 5 is indicative of the fact that he is capable of leaving the Republic of South Africa without being noticed. He can therefore easily avoid detection. 218. Applicant 5 has attached several documents in his affidavit, including a contract between his company, Mansumi Pty Ltd, and Agribusiness Development Agents Trust. He indicates that he owns a poultry farm, and the agreement the company has as part of his 70,000 per month income. A reference is made to his annexure LN3. 219. On perusal of annexure LN3, it is noted that on page 16, a Mr. Zenzele Ndlela apparently signed the agreement on behalf of Agribusiness Development Agents. The date when he supposedly signed is not indicated, which raises some red flags. Further, no witness signed this agreement. 220. Further, on page 16, therefore, where the representative of Mansumi is supposed to sign, there is no signature, the space is blank. The name of applicant 5, Lindo, is indicated, but his signature is not appended. Further, the expected signature of a witness is also not there. 221. This seems to be a document generated during May 2021. One would have expected that applicant 5, Lindo, would have submitted an enforceable agreement to prove his enterprise. The attached agreement or contract is far from being a document that this honorable court will consider an enforceable agreement. It is therefore a piece of paper that is not worth what is contained therein. 222. Applicant 5, Lindo, therefore failed to indicate that there is some poultry company he is operating that brings such income. The version by applicant 5, Lindo, is therefore not supported by any documentation. 223. We are of the view, therefore, that there is nothing that can keep applicant 5, Lindo in his area or KwaZulu-Natal province. 224. Applicant 5, Lindo, resides at D217 Emboyi area, Matsongo location, Camberdown. The applicant lives in a 2-bedroom home situated on the homestead. I visited the premises and found the premises to be empty. He only had a bed in one of the rooms with a very little clothing in the washing basket. The homestead belongs to his father. 225. There is all likelihood that the applicants will evade trial because he is facing a number of serious charges. He is aware of the seriousness of this case. He is facing several life imprisonment sentences for these separate offenses if convicted. 226. Applicants' places of abode or residences are not viable for purposes of bail. I am aware of previous instances whereby the accused persons were granted bail and not returned to court. Likelihood that accused, if released on bail, will influence or intimidate witnesses or destroy evidence. Section 60, subsection 4C, read with section 60, subsection 7 of the Criminal Procedure Act. 227. The witnesses are extremely afraid for their lives. Should the applicants be granted bail, the witnesses fear that they could be intimidated or harmed. The identity of some witnesses are well known to the applicants. The applicants will, if granted bail, intimidate these witnesses or worse, eliminate them. 228. Cellular phone of applicant 2, Zenzele, was downloaded. A voicemail was recovered to applicant 2, Zenzele, is prior to his arrest communicating with a message to an associate by the name of Mr. that the witness were giving, that there are witnesses who are giving information to the police that will lead to his and others' arrest must be traced and be killed. This was done for the benefit of himself and his co-accused. My team and I have identified this person called Mr. and he is related to applicant 2, Zenzele. 229. This is a clear indication that applicant 2, Zenzele, will go to an extent of killing witnesses to testify and give evidence to the police. 230. The evidence in the docket barrier cast 53 indicates applicant 2 Zenzel and applicant 3 Ed were charged with the said matter and their co-accused tried but failed to set alight a ban the white Mercedes Benz that was found abandoned in Catocras area in Catoman. This Mercedes Benz was used as a getaway in this matter. 231. Prior to attempting to set alight, they poured coke on it to remove any form of DNA or fingerprints evidence on the vehicle that will trace the said vehicle back to them. 232. I have obtained a statement from a witness, Mr. Caleb Naidu, indicating that applicant 4, Gwabe, demanded to see the statements that he furnished to me earlier regarding the grey BMW. Fearing for his safety, the witness requested a copy of his statement from me, which was given and immediately handed it over to applicant number 4, Gwaben. At the time I handed a copy to him, he did not indicate to me that applicant 4, Gwaben demanded. He told me this information when I inquired from him how his statement ended up in the cubby hole of the Grand I-10 hired by Gwaben. I was also surprised to find Mr. Noseworthy's statement in the same cubby hole. 233. The statements were found in a silver I-10 with registration number NUR38078 when it was seized. The statements and the vehicle were photographed by the local criminal record center. This is one of the vehicles that was used during the night that both deceased were shot. 234. The conduct of applicant 4 Gwaben approaching me with his attorney offering to make a statement about the grey BMW was devious and calculated because he was well aware that his vehicle is linked to this offense as earlier indicated. 235. As earlier indicated, applicant 4 Gwaben disguised the money paid for the hit as consultation, thereby attempting to conceal the origin thereof. When he paid his co-accused or co-applicants, he also disguised same as dividends, car repairs, buying cows, and wedding things. This indicates that he is sophisticated in the accounting and financial field. 236. My team and I recovered one of the 2 pistols that were used in the commission of this offense. The other pistol is still at large. The applicants are sophisticated persons who know well how to destroy or conceal the evidence. 237. One of the firearms used in these offenses mentioned herein above have not been recovered. The investigation in this matter is not yet complete. We are still tracing the exhibits following certain leads and analysis, lots of reports including bank statements of the applicants and other people of interest. 238. There is all likelihood that applicants will destroy evidence or intimidate the witnesses. The likelihood that the applicant will undermine or jeopardize the objectives of proper functioning of the criminal justice system or bail system. Section 6 subsection 4D read with Section 6 subsection 8 of the Criminal Procedure Act. 239. The applicants are linked to the shootings that happened in the public areas where deceased persons were shot in at full view of the members of the public with the little of any respect of the law and lives of the human beings. 240. The history of the offenses the applicants are charged with indicate that the applicants has little respect of the law and therefore there is likelihood that the applicants will undermine the proper functioning of criminal justice system and will jeopardize under the objectives thereof. 241. Applicant 1, Tabani, failed to stay at his given address despite indicating to the court that he will be residing at the said address while on bail. He failed to inform the investigating team of his change of address. 242. My team and I followed up with Dr. Moodley, indicated in Exhibit C on page 59 of applicant 1, Tabani's affidavit. We noted that the document has a doctor's stamp dated 11 March 2024 On this date, applicant 1 Tabani was already in custody, and we were concerned how the doctor would have consulted with applicant 1. 243. We visited Dr. Moodley in his surgery and also met him later near his home. He was shown the said Exhibit C as per the applicant's 1 affidavit. In his comment thereto, Dr. Moodley indicated that on the 11th March 2024, a pregnant lady came in with a person she identified as Lindokuhle Timkwanas, which was the same names of applicant 1. 244. The pregnant lady has given a name of Hlengwenyati on the list of patients for that day. These are the names of applicant's wife as indicated in their marriage certificate attached to this document before this honorable court. She is indicated as number 22 on the list. Dr. Moodley indicated that the said Tabani Mkwanas told him that he was working at Fosco and is asthmatic because he was exposed to chemicals. This is the reason why he gave a note as per Exhibit C. 245. He further indicated that Settling Ndokuhle did not have an identity document with him, and therefore he did not write the ID number on Exhibit C. He also indicated further that it was not his handwriting that he wrote the ID number on the documents. I have obtained an affidavit from Dr. Moodley relating to what happened in his chambers on the 11th March 2024. I attach the said affidavit as per KP8. Your Worship, I wish to pause there for the moment just to inform the court that it is indeed KP8, the affidavit disposed by Dr. Moodley, and also there is a medical card which is attached thereto, and further the list of the patients that attended same on that particular day. 246. Applicant 1 Tabani indicated that Exhibit C from Dr. Moodley is his medical report indicating his sickness. Clearly, the person seen by Dr. Moodley is not applicant 1 Tabani because he was in custody at the time. This aspect is indicative of the extent applicant 1 and his wife are prepared to take in order to commit some fraud misleading this court. Applicant 1, therefore, knowing it to be false, deliberately supplied the false information during these proceedings. 247. This conduct by applicant 1 Tabani is indicative of someone who cannot be trusted. He deliberately gave false information during these proceedings. There is all likelihood that applicant 1 Tabani will undermine or jeopardize the objectives of proper functioning of the criminal justice system. 248. Applicant 2 Zenzele gave false. Just a moment, Oshu. Your Worship, as per the earlier objection by my learned colleague, we indicated before this court that the court that is dealing with this bail application is just next door. We can be able to get this charge sheet, complete of it at any given moment. For the sake of the proceedings, we proceeded. Now we are in possession of the affidavit. I can show it to my learned colleagues while I'm still perusing, while I'm still reading out the charge sheet. It is certified and commissioned.
Is that now the charge sheet and the affidavit that you referred to, which affidavit was objected to?
That is correct.
And the court ruled that it is removed for provisionally.
Yes, that is correct, Worship. Therefore, Your Worship, we will make an application that this charge sheet complies with all the procedures for for the admissibility before this court. It is a true reflection of the original document. It is commissioned and certified.
Mr. Volmarans?
Comment.
As it pleases the court to worship, if I may request that the provisional withdrawal now of that exhibit be readmitted back as per this document now that we have received.
Does your objection still stand, Mr. Volmarans?
Your Worship, as I said, I'm not going to comment at this stage. I will deal with it later.
As it pleases the court to worship.
I will then, on the basis
Just a moment, Lord. Your Worship, I'm looking at the time now. We are at page 62. We are only left with 4 pages. We just request a 5 minutes adjournment so that I can discuss what can be handled before this court. Because now this is so huge, only for one aspect.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, Your Worship.
So it's 6 minutes past 3. Then I'll be back at
10 past.
10 past. That is well. For a chance.
Okay. Okay, no, we're waiting here. The whole bunch.
Hand in the entire.
There's the one right at the end, it doesn't have an exact number.
So that's one document.
That's why there's one document.
Yeah, it's right at the bottom, it doesn't have an exact number.
No, it's feeling the pinch. I'll hand in the whole document.
Is it your request that it be KP what?
KP6, Your Worship.
KP6.
Zenza, 62. That's Zenza. Zenza.
Thank you. On resumption,
Thank
you may
you.
proceed, Mr. Chair.
As it pleases the court, Your Worship. 248, applicant 2 Zenzele gave false information during his previous bail application that he does not own a valid passport, whereas he was in possession of a valid passport. He is in custody for another charge of premeditated murder, where he is still applying for his release. 249, there is all likelihood that applicant to Zenzele will undermine or jeopardize the objectives or proper functioning of the criminal justice system if released on bail. 250, applicant for Kwabeni is running a security that is not registered with SIRA. He alleges to employ security officers as bodyguards who are not registered with SIRA. These individuals go around with firearms, whereas they are not registered with security officers who are to be regulated under SIRA. He indicated in his affidavit that his co-accused are employed by this security company as bodyguards. 251. It should be noted that applicant 2 was declared unfit to possess a firearm by a competent court of law as a result of his conviction. It is therefore a concern that applicant 4 can hire a person as a bodyguard to protect him and his family who was declared unfit to possess a firearm. 252. There can therefore be no accountability for the actions of the security company and its security officers in this regard. My team has been making requests to the applicant for Kwabeni to hand over his firearms and those of his security company, but such a request has fallen in deaf ears. Applicant for Kwabeni and his attorney has been approached several times in this regard, but they have still not handed over the firearms. 253, this raises a concern to my team and I. We are in the process of getting a search and seizure warrant to retrieve these firearms. The delay in handing over these firearms therefore raises suspicions of legitimacy. 254, as earlier indicated, several attempts have been made by myself and my team to retrieve applicant for Kwabeni's cellular phone. He has to date not handed to the police for reasons unknown. His attorney has been requested to arrange for the cellular phone handover, but to no avail. The only reasonable inference we can draw from this conduct is that applicant for Kwabeni has something to hide in this regard. 255. Applicant for Kwabeni further indicated in his affidavit that his co-accused or co-applicants are hired by his security division of his company. He has, however, failed to disclose the names of the co-accused he hires. In the contrary, none of the co-accused supplement or corroborate this version. They have individually indicated how they generate their income without any mentioning of them being under the employ of applicant for Kwabeni. 256. We perused the bank statement of applicant for Kwabeni and could not find payments to his co-accused of their salaries as his employees. The bank statement attached over the period of April to May 2023. 257. The bank statements applicant for Kwabeni attached to his affidavit lack January to March 2023, but show the other periods to and after the mentioned periods. Despite this aspect being brought to his and his counsel attention, there was no endeavor to disclose this information. 258. As earlier indicated in this affidavit, the proceeds of the crime were deposited into his company account on the 11th of February 2023 as part of the payment for the killing of the deceased persons. He well knew that this aspect forms part of his evidence and deliberately withheld this information even though same was indicated to him. 259. We are of the view that he was testing the state case whether we were in possession of this information. What would be any reason of removing this portion of the bank records, whereas it forms part of the entire period disclosed? As a bail applicant, he was supposed to be honest and frank with this court. 260. Applicant 4, Gwabene's conduct demonstrates his lack of respect for authority. There is a likelihood that he will undermine or jeopardize the objective or proper functioning of the criminal justice system if released on bail. The likelihood that the applicant will undermine or jeopardize the objectives and the proper functioning of the criminal justice system or bail system, section 60, subsection 4E, read with section 60, subsection 8, capital letter A of the Criminal Procedure Act, 261. This matter has attracted public interest both locally and internationally from the day both deceased were shot and killed. The incident was captured by CCTV and the footage went viral both locally and internationally. 262. A brazen manner in which both the deceased were shot and killed sent a sense of shock and outrage to the communities. There has been a social media engagement and comments by the public against the release on bail for the applicants. 263. The applicants themselves have categorically stated in their affidavits that their lives are in danger from their foes. Some took refuge to other provinces and left their homes, whilst others have bodyguards who are not registered. 264. Their lives are in constant danger from elements who might also not be related in this matter. The local and international public wants this honorable court to assure them that there is a sense of peace and security amongst them, and the release of accused on bail will jeopardize the same. 265. The evidence led on the comments from the members of the public indicated that the release of the applicants on bail will undermine or jeopardize the public confidence in the criminal justice system. Section 60, subsection 9 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The investigations in this matter are at an advanced stage and very strong against the applicants. My team and I took a long time to investigate this matter prior arresting the applicants in order not to delay the matter further after arrest. This approach has yielded the result because the investigations are advanced. 267. The applicants have been in custody on this matter for a month. Some of the accused have been in custody longer, but is due to them being arrested for other matters. 268. None of the applicants, save for the unsubstantiated allegation of asthma by applicant 1, Taban, highlighted any medical condition that this honorable court should consider. 269. Applicant 1, 2, 5 operate taxis that can operate fully without them in their absence or while still in custody. They will not suffer any financial loss due to their incarceration. 270. Applicant 1 indicated in his affidavit that his wife is supporting him financially. She will therefore be able to support their first child as she is employed by the Department of Education. Applicant 3 is unemployed and therefore will not suffer any financial loss. 271. The wife of applicant 4 is a professional doctor. She will be able to continue paying the bond of their house as she has been doing so. She will be able to take care of their children. In conclusion, 272. Applicants failed to establish the existence of exceptional circumstances warranting their release on bail. The interests of justice do not favor the release of the accused on bail. 273. We are of the view that my team and I have placed enough factors for the court to consider that it will not be in the interest of justice that the applicants be released on bail. Bail should therefore be refused, signed by the investigating officer, Mr. Kumarasan Pillay, in this matter. We request the
affidavit is accepted into the record. It's handed in. It's marked Exhibit G.
As a pleases the court, Your Worship, I'll let my learned colleague just to address the court on one aspect.
Thank you, Worship, for the indulgence. Whilst my colleague, Mr. Kweka, was reading the affidavit this morning, A small information came to our attention with the investigating team, which we did not include in this affidavit. I've indicated to Ms. Gilling, I unfortunately did not get a chance to indicate to my other learned friends that there might be a just one and a half page affidavit of that incident, of that information that we need to inform the court about. We take an undertaking that since it's still our state's case, we have not yet closed. We will have the affidavit drafted latest tomorrow. I will email same to my colleagues so that they become aware, so that when you come on the 2nd, it will just be read on the record, and then we close our case, then they can reply.
Mr. Lojo?
No,
You have not been favored with the copy of
that is the position, nor has the state disclosed, because Devon is in the detail what information would be, but the arrangements will suit the defense.
But are you in agreement at this point in time, the state case has not been closed as yet, so they are at liberty to tender?
I appreciate that, Your Worship, yes.
I had no comment, Your Worship. If they wouldn't do what they do.
I'm in agreement, Your Worship. We are expected to file our replying affidavits on the 2nd of April as well. So there might be that contingency that we might have to either stand it down and handwrite a response to the additional, but it shouldn't be a problem, Your Worship.
May I thank my colleagues for that, Your Worship, but I actually confirm that latest tomorrow they will have the affidavit in our emails. Thank you.
We agreed on the date of the 2nd of April as the date for...
Correct.
Okay. Applicants may rise. At this stage, the matter against you is postponed as per arrangement until next week, Tuesday, the 2nd of April, for further evidence. You will be kept in custody until then. Corrections.